Oh, hello. Hi, Bob. How you doing? How you doing? Hi. I got a hat on. There we go. Now I'm ready to stream. Oh, I'm slightly late, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, how's your pneumonia doing? I hope you're feeling better. Or at least you're not doing too badly. Oh, there we go. There we go. Doing this. Doing that. Getting gloves on. Oh, I've had one of those days where you don't sleep at night, and then when you do finally fall asleep, you end up sleeping the entire day instead. It's like, no! I just woke up in the middle of the night, and then it's like, no, can't sleep. Oh. Still undergoing treatment. Oh. Well, I hope you're not feeling too bad. Oh. You know. I know, well, at least you get to be in a nice thing. Watch some YouTubes. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh. Gloves. I got gloves. I got lots of gloves and loves. And I've got bee gloves. I've got bee gloves. No, they're stinging me. I'm watching on my phone and I just got a 10-second dash, which was just black screen without sound. Oh no! Are you sure you did accidentally lock your phone? Because I have done that before. Oh gosh, that sounds terrible though. Oh, I hate YouTube adverts right now. There's just so much AI nonsense on it now. I don't even get what some of these adverts are for. The adverts are so nonsense. I don't even know what they're advertising or what the point of them is. You in vertical mode. You in vertical mode. Oh. I mean, I guess that's better than like 90% of ads on YouTube now then. Just a black soundless screen. It probably tells you more about the product than these stupid AI stuff. YouTube doesn't even know what I want anymore. Send him 10 seconds to reflect on himself. Maybe that's what you really need, Joanne. Maybe that's what you really need. Owie. Hello. Hi. Focus. Focus. I feel fine, all in normal range. Just need to be on antibiotics, so I'm quite weak. Aww. There we go. There we go. Nice. Bases. I had to get 5 bases out because when I originally put 5 extra Terminators in this big old box, I forgot to put the bases of. Oh, look at this mod. Look at this. Look at this boy. Handsome lad. Handsome lad here. Pat, 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 pat. Sorry. Cuteness, aggression, he's too cute. Oh, but how, so... I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I am just... I need to get myself sorted out. I'm my own worst enemy. Oh, but actually, I think maybe I'm ill. I don't know. I've got this rash on my leg and they gave me this cream for it and it's only getting worse, so I'm going to speak to the doctors on Monday again. Oh. There we go. There we go. But I need to wake up. I am awake. I am awake. What are we doing? What are we doing? We got Terminators to build. We got 10 Terminators to build. And they're the normal Terminators, so the shooty Terminators. And they're not that ones. They're these ones, the shooty ones. Except they take like the They're not as quick to build, but they take much longer. Oh, I've got so much cardboard to throw away again. By the way, next week we're going to have our 200th Handcam. We're going to have our 200th Handcam. I'm going to do what everyone's been wanting me to do for ages. And that's build some Krusty Burger Simpsons Lego set. Yeah, definitely. That's what people want. That's what the people are demanding. I know no one said it, but I know I can read your mind. Conjuror gonna fall asleep mid-terminate. Wait, mid-terminator. Yeah! The ghoul, the ghost! Hello, Saradwin! Nobody ever asked if that about it before, but all right. No. You don't understand. You don't understand. The people have been demanding it in their own. They might not have asked it out loud. They might not have even thought about it. But the people have been demanding it. I know. I know you better than you know yourself. Definitely. Hi, Cuptle. How you doing? Hi, Saradwin. Hi, Talan. Hi, Bob. Hello, everybody. Oh, there is one thing we've got. There's one thing we need to do. We need to go to the website. Oh, what's this? Oh, new Catafactory Terminators, but also pre-orders. Pre-orders. It's been pre-order Saturday. New and exclusive pre-orders. Oh, look at these things. Oh, wait, the Chaos Marauder Horsemen are here and Chaos Marauders. £55 for 20 Marauders. That's insane. I mean, before it was like 50 quid for like 40 of them. Or was it 30? 30 maybe. And £55 for 10 horses. They're pretty I mean, they're very nice models, but they're pretty expensive for Marauders. But also, these battle forces are pretty cool. I like these battle forces. New breaches. New Catafactory Terminators are here. Oh, I want to get some. Ooh, and for your puzzle book. Hardback. Yeah. New stuff. New stuff is nice stuff. What we got for Terminators. And do I have stuff for Terminators to do? I got more shoulder pads. I've got... that's not for them. Well, we got loincloths. We got more loincloths. We got move that thing. And we've got heads. There's 4 heads left. And we've got capes. We got the Forbidden Cornflakes. What were these? Legionnaires Imperialis round basis. Legions Imperialis. Oh, I love them. We got cloaks. Because we gotta make them Black Templari. Oh, only 20 more. Relatively uninteresting. Actually, no, these are the ones that we got missiles on them, and we love missiles. You gotta love missiles. Could you imagine walking around with a bunch of missiles on your back or on your shoulders? And then you just look at something and it goes boom, boom, boom. That sounds a bit like, did you know that one of the first handguns ever invented was in China? And it was called a fire lance. And it's literally just a spear with basically a firework on the end of it. And I have no idea how effective that is, because every single time I've seen one, I can't imagine it being very effective. I think the main thing about it is it was meant to dazzle and disorientate the enemy as they're coming in, although sometimes they put metal and stuff in the end. So, Hi. So when they fired it, sorry, my internet died for a second there. We had them in Europe too. It was very effective at scaring horses. Yeah, that would be effective at scaring horses. They also put them in shrapnel at the end, so that it's basically spear, firework, but it's like firework, except the firework is pointed towards you. So if you were like, so all the sparks come out of that end, right? And you got the spear going that way, sparks come out that end. And then what would they do? So put some like shrapnel there, but often the shrapnel wouldn't do a hell of a lot. Now in China, this was actually kind of semi-effective, in part because a lot of the opponents wouldn't be very well armored, and those that are would often be on horses. So basically, by getting them, showering them with sparks and bits of metal, it's a good way to like get them covered in cuts and grazes and stuff, which is surprisingly effective at, you know, disabling opponents. Like you don't really want to fight when you're, you know, covered in scratches and cuts and stuff. And it scares horses. But yeah, they existed for years. Eventually, they did make hand cannons, but hand cannons weren't that popular. One of the main reasons is because China, as big as it was and as terrible as its wars were, it was a kind of unified place. It wasn't as much of a melting pot that Europe was, but Europe was a melting pot. It was filled with lots and lots of people of different cultures that were constantly at war, all of them fighting one another. And that's the main thing. They were constantly at war. They didn't have like these long periods of peace. And as a result, you had just like massive castles and fortifications. Armor and stuff was mass produced. I mean, not even mass produced. The fact is when every single minor lord has their own blacksmith and is getting swords and armor made for all of their squires and house guard and stuff. That's a lot of armor and a lot of weapons. And then when you had things like the Roman Empire and all these other things of the I can't remember what they're called. The Carls, Charlemagne's and stuff like that. You end up having a lot of armor. And as a result, people are like, you know what would be good to deal with all this armor and all these fortifications? Guns and castles. No, guns and cannons, sorry. But they didn't really catch on to the same extent in China and Asia and stuff because they didn't really have that same constant fighting. And even like within your own countries, you constantly had like stuff like within Britain, you've got Wales, Scotland, England, and then England is separated into northern and southern England, and then east and west. So it just gets so, it ends up becoming just non-stop war, non-stop violence, constant shooting one another. Hi, Denison of Misery, how you doing? Is it the final Terminator stream? No. Tomorrow's the final Terminator stream. Right, I did show the correct picture. Just let me check something. Blue sky. I did do the correct one. Yeah. So tomorrow should be the final Terminator stream. Tomorrow, as in building for Terminators. I might get some Cataphracti Terminators eventually, but I want to get these ones painted first. So that might be a long way off. Ow! I just clipped myself. No, I didn't clip myself with this side. It's with this bit. It went like that into my skin. It was like, ow! Ow! It hurts. I pinched myself. I must be dreaming. Yeah. It's interesting. Reading things is very interesting to learn about them. Oh. There we go. I have a Chinese neighbor when I was a kid who used to tell me about Chinese folktales and history. He told me that royal parts didn't even know for ruling dynasty or king. That's actually true for Europe as well. Just read anything about the Holy Roman Empire And you find that a lot of the people, like the peasants and stuff, just weren't aware who was ruling them at any one point in time. Like, because the land and so on and the titles were changing hands so much that for large points in time of the Holy Roman Empire, the title was just literally honorary. They had very little actual power within the empire. In fact, at one point, a British king held the title, an English king, and he held like Brittany, and he was extremely wealthy. And because of his wealth and stuff, he ended up being like named the Holy Roman Emperor. And it was kind of pointless because he never even visited there. I think he might have gone once. And that's just how it was. And a lot of Europe was kind of like that. Your average peasantry wasn't really aware of much. All they knew is that every so often someone would come to collect taxes, and it was best to pay those taxes. And for the most part, it's like, despite how we often viewed, you know, the medieval ages as, you know, these ridiculous taxes upon the peasants and stuff, often they weren't even that great. Sometimes they were, and yet these despots running about, basically just like forcing these massive taxes into group, effectively for raiding their own territory and their own peasants for, you know, money, food, stuff like that. Mostly food, to feed the armies. But most of the time, the taxes that were collected were kind of minor. It's into the late medieval age where you start getting like the taxes start increasing, but that's because bureaucracy got better, so it became tax collectors were going out more regularly and more reliably. They could figure out what people needed and what they could do without and stuff a bit easier. And with all of that, you get more of the taxes as we see them. And with all of that, sorry, you get more people recognizing who's actually in charge. As communication, written word and stuff gets better. And all of that ends up going to like this massive extent all the way into the Black Death. And where the plague and stuff was going around. But even then, well, after that, the peasants ended up getting a lot more control, a lot more freedom and stuff. And then you saw the rise in the middle class across much of Europe, and the merchant class. Although the merchant class had already started appearing before then. Because what often would happen is you'd end up having like nobles coming into power, and they need money because running a kingdom is very expensive. Especially if you are suffering from things like plagues and stuff. And a lot of the time when you're taxing your peasantry, the main thing you're getting from those taxes is food and things like wools and materials. And while you can sometimes sell them on yourself to like other nobles and stuff, it can be very difficult to sell them off. So that's where you bring in the middlemen, like the merchants and stuff, to help do all of that. But then you end up needing more money and like build your castle or pay your army. And then these merchants start requesting things like titles and law changes. Hello, Clyde. You're still trying to beat the Wheel of Fortune game. They just give tributes when someone fancy came along. Kind of, yeah. That's the same with Europe. Europe and China were very similar in a lot of ways. China was a lot more organized. Like the level that... It depends what era of China, mind you. Like, you can go back 5 out to like many, like 2,000-3,000 BC or something like that. And you find that they're using fingerprint identification for keeping documents and like really detailed administrative records of the population, down to like even peasantry and stuff. But then you go to like 500 AD and suddenly you've got like these massively corrupt groups. No one knows who's in charge. Half the time you've got like a king who's been dead for 20 years. And it gets very ridiculous. Yeah, is Advanced China what? I'm looking for one of these like shin pad things now. 63, 33. Is that the one I want? 33? Might be. It probably is. How is it going? It's going fine. But yeah. Yeah, China had very good administration. That's not to say you didn't have good administration in Europe. Obviously, the Romans had relatively decent administration. But the big people had good administration were the Byzantines. Which was the Eastern Roman Empire, as it was also known. Hello, Night Parade! And generally, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, they had quite good record keeping and stuff like that during the medieval age. There were certain things, like the Anglos, the Saxons came into Britain and they did some record keeping and stuff. But then obviously you had the Norman conquest and you had the entire Doomsday Book, which was all about basically doing administration. And the more the nobles had like proper control and stuff, the more they could tax, and the more they could tax, the more the peasants were aware of who was in control. Because generally, when you're paying taxes to people and you can't do it online, you end up being very aware of who you're paying tax to, even if all you're doing is paying tax to their lords or whatever, the sheriffs, the tax collectors. And that makes it a lot easier to then foment a rebellion against them. It's like, okay, who we're paying taxes to? Well, the tax collector came around saying King John, so I'm pretty sure that's who it is. Like, okay, that's fair. Well, let's start a rebellion against King John. Do you know where he lives? Yeah, in that big castle over there. Nope, let's go over to that big castle. Yeah, it also depends what part of China and stuff you're in. Like, the further away you are from where the central administration is. What was it called? Whatever. The less you're going to be aware. But then they also had, like, the massive complexes and stuff in various places. There we go. Oh, it's a body. He's walking. He's walking. He's talking. He's Christopher walking. I think there's C for Cupcake Conjuror. Yeah. But how's it going, Night Parade? How is it going, everybody? But it's interesting. Yeah, for Holy Roman Empire, though, it's just hilarious. The more you read about it, the more stupid it sounds, the more you wonder how did anyone ever think it was a good idea. Okay, let's look at stuff over here. Oops. Nah. I don't think actually I could. Or we could put this on one of the bases. Yeah. Going okay. It was a busy week at work, so I've just enjoyed doing nothing today. Or I meant to do stuff today. I wanted to get some of the painting done. Then I just slept all day instead. Which wasn't my intention. I got to bed decent time. I then just woke up at like 2 in the morning or something. Like, I just couldn't get back to sleep. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna... Well, I did eventually get back to sleep, but it was like 5 or 6 in the morning. And then my alarm went off at like 8 and something. I have multiple alarms, so I was like, okay, I'll turn off the next 2 alarms, so my alarm at 10 o'clock will go off and wake me up. I did get back to sleep after my alarm went off. Funny how that works. But then I didn't get back up. It was like 1 in the morning, and I woke up. I'm like, what? Wait, what? No, no. That wasn't what I wanted to do at all. Okay, I want to chain fist here. Gimme a chain fist. Okay, that's 37. That means I need to find 38. Nope, not that one. 39, 39, that's 20, that's 23. That's 39. Yeah, I have to go through multiple sprues. Like, why is the pieces for one model across 2, 3 different sprues? They're Terminator things. What it does. Oh, it's Terminators. So they're big, they're tough, and they teleport down into the middle of the enemy. Or they dropped in by a Land Raider, which is a big old tank that looks like a WW1 tank. It's terminating time. And they walk up to people, say it's terminating time, and start terminating all over a table. Kind of. No, what they do is these ones are the shooty Terminators. So if they come down, teleporting amongst the enemy and just start shooting at them with Stormbolters, which is like a bolt gun that they hold in one hand, and it's like double-barreled. And these ones we're going to give rocket launchers on for back, and they're armed with power fists and chain fists, so they're very good at like taking out super armored enemies and the tougher enemies and tanks and stuff. But they're basically just a catch-all solution to any problem you might have. They're super armored and tough, so they're very difficult to bring down. Missile launchers can be used to destroy elite and tough enemies, vehicles, and monsters, but they can also be given anti-infantry uses. Their Stormbolters can, through sheer weight of firepower and stratagems and stuff, be used to take down tougher targets, but because they get a lot of shots, they can be shot into infantry and slaughtered away through smaller targets. And because they've all got power fists or chain fists, they're good against vehicles and tough units and elite units, but they also get quite a lot of attacks. So they're good at like clearing through infantry. And then when they have defeated, and then even if they don't beat all the infantry, they're so tough that most infantry is not going to be able to scratch them in return. And they can just keep cleaving through you and capture objectives and stuff. But yeah, for a big old distraction to teleport into your enemy. Never want to underestimate the Terminator. They're actually not the best on tabletop because they're, points-wise, they're very expensive models. And for what they do, they are often not worth it. The biggest thing that they actually have is they have what's called distraction carnifex capability. So it basically, for a big scary unit that your opponent will put in a lot of resources to get rid of, and because they're so big and tough, it requires a lot of resources to get rid of them. If they don't get rid of them, they have enough damage output to actually, you know, cause problems. But the issue is they're so expensive points-wise that your enemy often won't put as much points into dealing with them as you spent to put them there. And equally, while they are very good at pumping out damage, they're not actually as good as you'd expect for how many points they are. The Dawn of War 4 trailer for Dark Angels have a good demonstration of Terminators teleporting into battle. Yeah! Now, the Assault Terminators are arguably better because, especially if you put a character in them, because while that is a very expensive unit just to drop onto the enemy, or to drop from a land raid or something, it doesn't really matter too much. Because they are much more special. Their weapon options are much more specialized. So where these Terminators are paying a bunch of points for these Stormbolters that are relatively good at dealing with infantry. They're not the best though, and especially if your enemy's armored infantry. But also paying a bunch of points for Power Fists that want to be in melee, not shooting people, and the Stormbolters can't be used when they're in melee. And the Stormbolters are better against a completely different target than what the Power Fists. So you're basically paying a bunch of points of this Jack of all trades, Master of none capability for these types of shooty Terminators. Where the Assault Terminators are just pure melee focused. And you either go for Lightning Claws, which get massive number of attacks with rerolls to wound, or you go for Thunder Hammers, which go for just pure power and durability. They are tougher for Thunder Hammer ones due to the Storm Shields. Zeradwin is here. He was here before you. Oh, look at that. Look at that. But what we want is, I'm thinking we can go for a cool head here. This one I want to be the big old special weapon dude. Gotta put these on his shoulders. But the reason you want to put a character with the Assault Terminators especially is because I can't remember which character it is, but one of them gives you rerolls of charges. So they're more likely to get the charge off. And they're pretty just dangerous anyway. Terminators are very weird lore-wise. Like, the lore is not at all consistent on how powerful and tough they are. Like, sometimes they're capable of doing absolutely insane feats. Other times they are... like, they're dying just a simple gene stealer. And you wouldn't expect that. Like, you see from tearing through Mega Arcs. Arcs in Mega Armor and stuff. And then, like, a different story has like 5 Terminators dying to this one gene stealer. And then you get like things of Terminators can't teleport into somewhere, like directly. Effectively, for teleports needs some sort of like direct line of sight and preferably a homing beacon. But then you get other times where the Terminators are just like teleporting right in the middle of an enemy base. Like deep underground or like inside a stomper or something. And it's like, how did they get there? According to this other law, they shouldn't have even been able to get inside. Time to rock it. Hi, Blair boys. You can't rock it, unfortunately. Because I think, unfortunately, this... Let me check. Let me test it. How do I test this again? Slots. 5,000. Yeah, I think Stream Avatars is still bought. If I actually... How good are Terminators for? Like, let's say you've got an arc. How many arc attacks would it take out a Terminator? So 2 plus armor save, -1 for a chopper, so 3 plus armor save, 3 wounds. That means you need 9 successful wounds. Toughness 5, strength 5, that means you need 18 successful hits. Hits on 3s, that means you need 27 successful attacks. And at 3 attacks each, that means you need 9 orcs to take out 1 Terminator. Which is fair. That's not crazy. It could probably be explained by Imperial tech is all over the place with little standardization. Yeah, I also think one of the big things is the inconsistency of Imperial storytelling. The incredible feats can easily be explained by, you know, it's just propaganda posting by the Imperium. While the failures, you know, where they die just way too easily, can also be explained by either some other propaganda. Sometimes it can just be the Imperium themselves going, oh gosh, we need people to fight harder or whatever, or to take this threat seriously. It's like one of the things of the, you know, numbers in 40k is... Actually, one of the things about numbers in 40k...
Have we found it? Have we discovered the answer to the question, too many Terminators?
Yeah. No, there's not enough. 127 Terminators isn't enough. I'm going to get 12 more Cataphracti because we don't sell them in squads of 5. But I'm not going to do that for a long while yet. But hi, Anthony. How you do? How you doing? There we go. These two go here. Oh gosh, do you ever get that thing where your ear starts making a ringing noise? It just happened. Yeah, okay, these bits go together here. Cupcon is out here building a chapter of Terminators. Why she doesn't just get Grey Knights is beyond. Because Grey Knights suck! Oh, so it's not a chapter of Terminators, it's only 127. Look, the moment I buy a Grey Knight Terminator, it's the moment the Grey Knights get an update. And my Terminator becomes instantly obsolete. And Grey Knights don't deserve an update, so... If they wanted an update, they should have treated the Sisters of Battle nicer. That's just such a grim derp sort of thing, though, do you know, the Sisters of Battle Grey Knight thing. Like, hey, do you know these Sisters of Battle, they're really good against demons and psychic stuff. Like, their presence alone. Should we keep them alive and, you know, join with them and help one another in a tactical way? More numbers is better than less numbers. Like,
They
nah,
did. They turned them into wonderful hats.
It makes literally no logical sense to do that. It would have just been better to, you know, to work together in unison. But no, no. There we go. Do-do-do-doom. Do-do-do-doom. I hear there's a Terminator problem. Yeah, hi Paladin. A lot of law people throwing around, or even in law propaganda, like Tau castrating people is likely pure propaganda. No official source, and Tau have this except one line. It's entirely possible. The Tau themselves are greatly inspired by, you know, history as well. Also, just because like one set of Tau does doesn't mean all of the Tau do. It's like a lot of the Imperial stuff. It's like, yeah, that's not true for all the Imperial though. Like you got Necromunda repeatedly states that it is not a typical Hive world. What's going on Necromunda is not going on in every other Hive world out there. It might be a bit similar, but not every other Hive world. And a Hive world is not a typical Imperial world either. So what you can expect to see in one place is not the same as you can expect to see elsewhere. And like the saying goes, the Death Corps of Krieg versus Cadians, Cadians versus Catatrans, all of these things. None of these things are neurotypical, or just typical of the Imperium as a whole, because there's very little that's typical of the Imperium as a whole, other than just corruption and failings. And the same goes for the Tau. Like, you got Farsight. Farsight is not your typical average Tau. He is very different. The Tau on one planet isn't going to be the same as the Tau on another. And even the Ethereals, you get some brave Ethereals who will go into battle. Some who are brave but will never go into battle because they're like, all I'm going to do is cause problems. But I'm not going to run away either. And then you get some who are absolute cowards and who will sacrifice entire worlds for their own safety and security. Just like an Imperial Governor would. But then you get Imperial Governors who are also very brave and they wouldn't sacrifice others for themselves. And that's just basically the everything. And the law's always subject to change anyway. The Tau do have their weird breeding programs. And a lot of Tau have also been shown to really dislike humans and trust them no more than orcs. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're doing all sorts of crazy stuff, or at least some of them are. But again, we shouldn't say that is typical of all of the Tau. Oh, I like these missile launchers. Yeah, the Ethereals in Farsight novels are comically evil, while in the Element Council novel is pretty grey and even somewhat benevolent. Yeah, then you actually get the fact of like some of the other Tau lore, like from the Codex and, you know, from like sometimes what you see Tau just in other stories. They're actually different. Like Farsight is painted as like a really evil person at times. Like, do you know how he sacrifices entire columns of Tau forces to get some weird Pyrrhic victory? Or how in defeating the tyranny of Kraken, he would happily delete entire worlds effectively. In the same way that the Imperium does. Actually, if you look at a lot of the art for, you know, your typical Tau stuff, you see a lot of like blue skies everywhere. And like these, like even with the Kroot. But then as soon as you look at Farsight, you see clouds of smoke and fire and death and stuff. And it feels very purposeful. You've also got a small group of Tau misinterpreting the greater good. And you get off of doing nasty stuff to others. Yeah. And you've also got things like the Eldar. I don't know. There you go. Yeah. It's... I got lots of Tau will, you know, purposely, I say purposely, they've got this idea of like a superiority complex, and they view like humans as backwards and primitive and pathetic. And then you got like others who will be like, yeah, those primitives are very, very difficult to fight through. And it's like, the technology is extremely scary, you know. We don't even know how to replicate half of their technology. But a lot of the law changes. It used to be at one point that the was a scary thing where the Tau could, you know, do genetic engineering on the same level that the Imperium could, and like make space marines and copy the genetic code, except they've kind of like gone back on that and being like, no, Tau can't do that. Tau can't actually do that. Oh, they did at one point. I need to count how many of these I've got left. So I've got 20 space, 20 Terminators left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1, 2 for the commanders. Okay, I've got exactly enough to continue what I was doing. I do love a blue sky in art, it's a contrast with a lot of other faction. Yeah. I think one of the big things to remember is the law is not really very fixed. Okay, I'm thinking... Ooh, these two shoulder pads would be good for the commander. Let's use this one for this dude. Actually, let's get a cape on him first. But yeah, the Tau are... But the Tau law has changed a lot, like, in the years it's been out. Nothing is... It's very hard to know what's canon and what isn't currently canon in with the Tau because of how much it's changed. Like, are they good guys? Are they bad guys? They seem to be going back to being more good guys again. But at the same time, they're also less technologically advanced now. Like, that's what the law suggests. A lot of the tech came from the Photon. And reverse engineering. Like, some of their tech is even just reverse engineering orc tech. Like the other tractor cannons and stuff. They did make Space Marines, but it was drone tech controlling captured Space Marine armor. The Marines that fought them could instantly tell the difference. Yeah. Well, at one point I think they actually, like, had law of them making clones of the Space Marines. And now that's been retconned. I might be wrong. I wasn't really massively into the Tau when I was young, so... When I was a little kid. So a lot of it is just what I'm trying to remember. And some of it's also just lore I saw on YouTube, so I don't even know how accurate that lore is. There we go. Oh, and he looks cool. Very cool Space Marine. Do. Okay, let's get the Sergeant of the squad done now. It should be these legs here, I imagine. Maybe. Okay, 9, 49. So actually, no, it's this one, that one, and that one. Okay, that makes sense. It could be that the tower's starting to suffer from the tech and social stagnation the rest of the galaxy suffers from. Potentially. I think in the end they changed how the tower were meant to get the tech, partly to make it make more sense. Like the idea of that, and also just to work with the tower, rather than making the tower these geniuses, you know, that were amazing and all of that stuff that they were at one point. Instead, a lot of their technical progression just comes from, you know, not treating others badly. So, like, by working and trading with a Photon that advanced the tech, by working and trading with other species that helped advance the tech, by working with Recruit, they helped defeat orcs, which they could then reverse engineer, which advanced the tech. By bringing on humans, these humans brought with them human tech, and with the help of the humans, they can reverse engineer, advancing the tech. And I like how that works. I think that's a lot more fitting with the Tau than just being, we're smart. It's the entire idea of going out there and because they're not just stereotypically evil. I mean, they might not be great by modern day standards in a lot of ways. Some modern day standards, that is. There's definitely some modern day stuff out there that's very evil, even by the town stuff. But the idea that you do have this faction that's such a technological threat because they choose to actually recognize others as, you know, living beings and have a marketplace of ideas. I think that's such a fitting race within 40k as this new race that could potentially be the next race to take the stars of themselves. And it's very likely that the Dark Age of technology was like that. Considering that when the Great Crusade came across the galaxy, it talks about all of these humans and so on, you know, aliens being on human worlds and how the humans were, you know, being kept. Like, all of that's Imperial propaganda. There's a very good chance that they, like, wiped out all of these aliens and, like, the humans and aliens were just living peacefully, and they had done for tens of thousands of years, long before the Age of Strife. I don't think we're getting Tau Marines anytime soon, because then Tau will get units with an actual melee threat. I don't think so. The Tau actually do have units with an actual melee threat. So you've got Recruit and Recruit Tox Riders. They definitely have a lot more melee threat than a lot of the armies. A lot of units, sorry. And you've also got the Flesh Shapers, Recruit Hounds, the Lone Operative dude. Not Lone Operative. Oh, what's the guy? The guy who rides around with a giant recruit thing. And it's a character. Might have Lone Operative, I don't know. But I don't think that Tau will get Tau Marines just because they got Crisis Battle Suits, they got Stealth Suits, they already have basically enough Marine style units. While Crew exist, they aren't really doing anything against Orcs and Tyranids that aren't fodders. Make sure both subworlds had peaceful coexistence of humans and aliens had humans as interns. Yeah, but they did have some. There was definitely stuff like that, but the Imperial propaganda would have you that there was no peaceful coexistence. And that is a lie. It's also hard to know exactly what was what, because even if you read the Horus Heresy books, I would personally say that the Horus Heresy books should always be, any of the books you read should always be taken with a grain of salt. There's three reasons. One is the writers themselves are not knowledgeable of all 40k lore, and they don't also. And they don't claim that's meant to be the case, and they don't claim that the books that they write are meant to be like 100% accurate. They're ultimately just writing a good story, or trying to write a good story at the very least. And as a result, you should always take the lore with a grain of salt, because they're not like an offhand comment that they say about some war or whatever, or some planet, isn't always meant to be taken seriously. And the other thing is that I don't think any of the books are going to be 100% accurate, and I don't think they are meant to be. Like, I do think they're kind of meant to be propaganda pieces to some extent. Like, especially the Kane books. Feels like that. But yeah. There's sorry, I need tissue. I mean, there are probably a lot of worlds like that, but there's also just a lot that really. Oh yeah, there's like a couple of empires or whatever where we only know bits about them, but the bits we do know about them are conflicting, which kind of suggests the idea that maybe the Imperium's lying about it. Early horror series in Knowles did have some worlds of coexistence. They didn't last long after the Great Crusade arrived. Yeah. Kane books are self-evidently propaganda. It's embellished memoirs. Yeah. And is there at least one book where it's like, could Kane have even been on that planet at that time? But most of the stuff, I like to view it as that sort of thing. Like, even if it's not necessarily propaganda, it's Imperial records. And sometimes the Imperial records, or, you know, these records would be, they'll be relatively accurate, but again, they might be embellished or whatever. They might lie about numbers. Because whoever was keeping the records were like, I can't admit to this. Oh no, I dropped her. Where did the fist go? Oh no, it stayed on my knee, never mind. The Kane books are narrated by Kane, who hates Tau. It's funny how he describes them, especially in the first book. Oh no, the poor Tau. No. And you're gonna get some that are like Imperial propaganda, some might be Eldor propaganda, some might be Tau propaganda, I don't know. I like to generally view most of the lore like that, like through this lens. Through basically these tinted lenses, like maybe you got a record keeper who was like, 10 billion people died in this battle. That doesn't sound right. I'll just take a couple of zeros off that. It's like, wait. Or you're just gonna have like some commander who was meant to like say how many people were died on a planet. Yeah, I'm not gonna allow. I'm gonna say that, you know, wasn't that many. But it's like, the Tau are scary, the terrifying. Yeah, I did lose 1 billion people fighting the Tau. But have you seen how scary they are? They're so advanced. They got all this cool stuff going on. And it's like, oh my gosh, those towers. It's a bit like, do you know how if you read some of the Roman descriptions, histories that they took at the time, there's basically 2 ways that the Romans wrote stuff. And it's basically saying, the only reason we lost and took so many losses were because the enemy were basically gods. Like, we're fighting literal giants over here. They're throwing mountains at us. You would have lost 5 legions. Just be thankful we only lost 3. I've only got other times that it goes, no, there was no war in Basingze. And if there was, we won easily. And if we didn't win easily... If we didn't win easily, it's because the enemy were gods, but for worse than nothing, we did it with ease. This was tasty, lots of biomass. This was tasty. You know who keeps accurate historical records? Tyranids. Even the Tyranids aren't accurate, because there's in one of the Blood Angel, do you know the Blood Angel Devastation? Is it Devastation of Baal book? But one of the books, anyway, you got this lictor, and it's like you see its point of view. Except then when you start thinking about all the things that it was basically thinking and stuff, it's like, no, that can't be accurate. We know that's not accurate. We've seen this before. So basically you just got this arrogant lictor. This biomass existed, but it was lots of biomass and it was humus. Yeah, it's... The premise of Kane's novel is that we're seeing them before they were edited to fit the imperial propaganda. Amberly Fail tends to expand things with footnotes to correct Kane's mistakes. Oh. Yeah. I think even like the side of propaganda, I don't think all of it's going to be propaganda. I think some of it's going to be like people editing their own history, like the notes and stuff that they do, to basically make themselves look better or to make the enemy look better. And then you're going to have file clerks who like are accidentally like, you know, they're doing the transcriptions and stuff. And maybe they write it wrong. Or maybe they just don't accept that this can be true, so they change something. A bit like real historians did. And still do, actually. So you just end up... And then things get, like, translated from Low Gothic to High Gothic back to Low Gothic. So you're going to have things lost in translation. And that's just generally how I like to feel a lot of it. And that by the time we're seeing it, it's potentially like thousands of years after any of these events have actually taken place. But through Warp Nonsense, it somehow arrived on the guest desk of Games Workshop. And the Warp Nonsense changed even more. Maybe that Lictor ate some pretty good brains and it started to have free will. No, they tried writing for Lictor to make sure it didn't have free will and stuff. Well, the main things is, it's like got this thing where it's saying it ate way more advanced species than humanity, so it had no problem doing all of these things. And then it's like, wait a minute. Is that really entirely accurate? What do I want? I want this hand. Kane's blessed existence found one of the female inquisitors goofed around so much she ended up liking him. What? No. Impossible. Inquisitors would never goof around. Keep being goofy, guys. You can end up with the Inquisitors. I already have so many Inquisitor models. I don't know why. Kane does have the imposter syndrome, so the novels be like one giant confession of his perceived cowardness, which is one of the aspects I like about them. Yeah. I do kind of miss that thing from the writing where it was, and you do get it with the Kane books, where it's effectively wasn't overt at all at the records being, you know, not 100% accurate. Like, I just like reading my old Black Templar Codex. I just, it's funny just reading it, and it's like, this friend of a friend of a friend says that the Templar are kind of like this, maybe. It's like, they say the Templars do this. It's like, yeah, this person clearly only has a vague understanding of the Templars, and they're filling in all the blanks with caricatures and oh, what's it called? Stereotypes. And that was basically the thing for every single race and every single faction. Is the But then you get to the stories and stuff of the writings of them, and you find they're a lot more nuanced. Because they're just humans. They're just humans. They think and feel. And even the aliens are just like humans. They think, they feel, they make mistakes. They can have contradictory feelings and thoughts. And they can think one thing and do a different thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. But then you read the codex and you're like, what? I do wish we had more of that though, because that is kind of my favourite part of the lore. The fact that it's not accurate. It's like, you wouldn't have a Black Templar, you know, not slaughtering all the heretics and mutants. Or, you know, they wouldn't accept a mutant within their ranks, and it's like... actually, they would. Because Black Templars are just humans. But they're not a caricature, they're not a stereotype. You're going to have lots that aren't going to be like that, but then you're going to have lots that... Well, you're going to have lots that aren't and lots that are, and it's... Yeah. I think people do forget that despite everything, the Imperium and all the alien races, they are just people in the end. And they're meant to be, and that's meant to be one of the things of Warhammer, especially for Odin Warhammer. Like, it's all goofy, it's all goofy, and it's all grimdark, and it's all silly until they start getting down to the individual people within these factions. And it's meant to be like the same thing in real life. It's like you look at like these countries and, you know, different people and religions and all of this stuff, and it's very easy to have all these ideas of stereotypes and how people behave, except then as soon as you start talking to them as individuals and recognizing them as just individual people within these stuff, you realize that it's not true. The only way I want to end up with the Inquisitor is the way Cain does.
Of course, if you're talking about the sanctity of law, it means the Black Templars were never a Monty Python reference as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't Monty Python references, so they had plenty of Monty Python references, but there were also lots where it wasn't. But basically a big take on all of the issues with the Crusader kingdoms and with the Crusades themselves and these knightly orders that appeared. And I think what's actually really funny is that they take a lot from the Teutonic Knights and stuff, and everyone can recognize like the issues the Teutonic Knights had. But they also use a symbol of a Knights Hospitaller, where we get, you know, hospitals, St. John's Ambulance, all of that stuff from. Except then you look at history and you realise that actually, yeah, they were doing a lot of terrible stuff too. But they also are a big Monty Python reference. They're a big Monty Python reference, plus this big reference to all the issues of the Crusades and stuff. But equally, it's like you look at the Crusaders and you see there were lots of bad crusades. You had the sacking of the Byzantines, you had people going all cannibalistic, you had all of these stuff. Except when you look at some of the other Crusaders, and within it all, you had people opening hospitals, creating places to take care of people like lepers. You had trade opening up with the Middle East, and recognizing the Arab people as, you know, a decent sort. But that neither side was entirely what the Crusades were about, are entirely representative of the Crusades. There we go. And you also had them reintroducing banking to Europe. There we go. Don't worry, a Templar strike team was never beaten in single combat by a bunny. You obviously never saw any of my battles when I was a kid and I sent my Terminators in to fight some Tau, and the one Tau commander there just killed 3 Terminators in melee. I'm like, why? Why do Terminators only have 1 wound? Why can I not roll a 2+ armor save to save my life? They never failed the morale test against cart-proof fluffers. Look, look, look. If there was a bunny as an enemy in this game, you can be certain that if I throw my Templar at them, I'm gonna lose. The dice gods will be on the side of that bunny. Oh, goodness. I mean, as soon as you throw something tough against them, they're gonna easily take care of it. As soon as you throw something weak against them, they're just gonna fall down dead. That's what the dice gods will. But yeah, I do find it kind of funny though that they the Templars, they have the Maltese cross, which is, you know, the St. John's ambulance for hospitals, all of that stuff. But they are also meant to be, you know, the super haters of mutants. And it's like, yeah, makes sense, right? I miss those Tau fusion blades. No, it wasn't a Tau fusion. It was a Tau. It was a Fire Warrior squad. All he had was his combat knife. And I couldn't kill him. And every single time he successfully hit, successfully wounded, and I failed my 2+ armor save. Why no Primaris They are Primaris Terminator. Well, these ones are. The ones I had as a kid weren't. These are Primaris Terminators. Neat Primaris Marine next to Primaris Terminator. A lot of what we think of Knight Chivalry actually comes from the actions of Saladin. He was considered honourable by Christians fighting against him. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then you get, you know, the Knights Hospitaller. They're the ones that I believe they opened things like leper colonies, and they also, oh no, you had the Knights of St. Lazarus. The Knights of St. Lazarus had a green Maltese cross as their symbol, and they're the ones that had lepers, very ill people and sick people joining them. And they basically took care of them. The Knight Hospitallers also did a lot to take care of people. I mean, that's not to say they didn't do lots of bad things as well. But I find it kind of ironic that the Templars, you know, of 40k, are infamous for, you know, being terrible and evil and destroying worlds, and all they do is recruit people and then go on to the next world and just rinse and repeat. And they hate mutants with such a burning passion. And all the while they're wearing the cross that was worn by the knights who were meant to be the opposite of that to some extent. Like the historical opposites. And that's probably a purposeful thing, because Games Workshop loves for irony. Okay, this is piece 61. The Tau Commander was a helmet and his named character. Maybe. Well, that was back when a Terminator with a basic Stormbolt was like 40 points. And you could upgrade them with loads of stuff. And because obviously I was a kid, I didn't have lots of money, I just basically upgraded my Terminators as much as possible. So that a single squad was like 320 points or something. But they were still only toughness 4 and they still only had 1 wound. So yeah, they weren't very good. Back then, There's a reason Space Marines sucked back then. They were overpointed and very easy to kill. But, like, they were more expensive points-wise than they are today, and just worse in every single respect. And then you look at, like, the Imperial Guardsmen, and you go, the Imperial Guardsmen, basically the same points cost back then. In fact, actually, you could make the Imperial Guardsmen squads cheaper, and they're just as good as they are today. Actually, not quite as good, because they don't have the special rules that they have now. Like, you know, re-rolling to wound and stuff like that. Okay, 61 and 58. I want peace. 48? Okay, yeah, that goes with 63. And 60. Yeah, that's good. Also, if you actually read like the rules of chivalry changed multiple times throughout history of what it meant and stuff. And at one point, chivalry, its entire thing, I think it's like early chivalry and then the renaissance of chivalry. You had these things, and I think for like 6 main points, and most of it were about how you treated fellow nobles and the peasantry. And basically, it was treat your peasants, you know, relatively okay, because, you know, you rely on them for your income, your wealth, and your soldiers, and all of that stuff. If your peasants turn against you, you have nothing left. Which is fair. Gosh, this is such a confusing kit compared to the Assault Terminators. There we go. But also that it's like, treat your fellow nobles with respect. And it's just such a simple thing of just basically just treat the people around you with the basic ideas of respect, and, you know, you won't get rebellions, and you won't get other nobles trying to kill you. But, you know, that was such a strange idea to people, and still is that, you know, they had to codify a bunch of rules to make people, you know, treat one another with respect. But I mean, and by base, just like the most basic level, it is very much the most basic level. I can't remember off the top of my head. I was looking at them a while ago. But yeah, Vital. I like Vital as this idea of just the reason they're so advanced is mostly just because they're multicultural and they work with others. And the other thing is especially nowadays, the idea that Tau tech is better than humans. It's something that a lot of the Tau believe, but it's now seen as something like the more intelligent Tau recognize that they're not actually more advanced. The main thing is that they're just better equipped. Like the Imperium doesn't really care enough about its even its more elite soldiers to really equip a lot of stuff properly. It's only really things like the Space Marines of the AdMech where you start seeing the real heights of Imperial technology. And what they're capable of producing. But for Tau, we're just like, no, we're going to give our very best equipment and technology to everybody. So this creates that idea that the Tau are more advanced than the humans, because your basic Tau warrior is better equipped than your basic human. But as soon as you start looking into it a bit more, it's not true. But the Tau are fun. Like all of the giant mechs they've got. Like, I still can't believe that Ghost Keel has Lone Operative. It's such a stupid but hilarious thing. Just this giant battle suit just wandering around. No one can see it. How don't gatekeep their taste like the tech, like the toaster lovers? Yeah, they don't gatekeep their tech. Actually, they do to some extent. They don't give their best tech to their auxiliaries in general, unless they have to. And it's like they're not going to give crisis battle suits to every single Tau warrior. They're only going to give it to the ones that, you know, earn it. But at the same time, you can easily argue that they can't really afford to give everyone that many battle suits. I mean, battle suits are expensive. Well, that being said, it's like, just put the Tau Fire Warriors next to the Casvakin of the Tempesta Science, and your studies just start recognizing that there's not as big of a gap between them as you'd expect technologically and equipment and training. In fact, the Casvakin and Tempesta Science are better trained, they're more accurate, they're better. They're armed with actual better equipment. The armor is just as good, but it's also less. Like, the Carapace armor is less obtrusive, not as heavy, and doesn't get in the way as much as like the Tau armor does. Yet it's just as good as the Tau armor. You then get the Tau Lasgun, not the Tau Lasgun, the Hotshot Lasgun and stuff like that, which is a much more compact weapon. Has a lot more versatility. Also doesn't have any sort of recoil. It's just as accurate, almost as good of a range, has more armor piercing capabilities. And they have better firing doctrine. They also have better scopes and accuracy with them. And better enemy tracking. I just start realizing, oh my gosh, yeah, there's a reason that the Casvakin have so much better stats. And for... Hi, Elma, how you doing? And hello, the Mongoose. Hi, Cup. I've been attempting to build a model kit I plan to airbrush. Turns out I've made a lot of work for myself. Colour separation is clear. That's why I picked it, but the gimmicks are so fiddly. No! Yeah, there's a lot of very fiddly kits out there that don't look as fiddly until you start putting them together. You're back. Hello, Elma. Welcome back. I'm going to try and use a secret weapon that is more adaptable than masking tape. Blue tack. Blue tack is adaptable. Maybe I'll use... No. I need to use masking tape for my big super heavies, but it might actually be useful for like... using blue tack on the shoulder pads of my Templar just to get that white shoulder pad looking correct. I'm happy to see you too, Elma. There we go. For awkward shapes mainly. Oh. Makes sense. There we go. Yeah. Oh, actually, I can give him like a gene stealer skull in his hand. Yeah. Nah, it looks silly. Let's get one of her Stormbolters out. Stormbolter, Stormbolter. I've got a Stormbolter, Stormbolter. Where is Stormbolters? Just sung the Stormbolter song. I need another Stormbolter. Okay, here we go. 17 and 16. Like my new look. I won this profile pic at a quiz night last night. Oh! It's hard to tell if a profile pic is mine, dude. I can't click on it to make it larger. Is that a little bird on it? Do. I need to sit up straight. I'm actually damaging my back by not sitting up straight when I'm making these models and stuff. Oh gosh, come on. There we go. Now I just need an arm for that to stick to. This one should be fine. You're a cupcake, not a shrimp. I am. Oh, so hi, Kinkay. How you doing? Supposed to be me punching a cobra. Circle aspect is a bit restrictive. Oh, that makes sense. Just chilling, playing games. Nice. Yeah, I did find a way. If I bring my entire setup a bit more forward, I can sit up straight while I'm on this thing, but I found it has a different problem. Like, just be getting... Because then I end up pushing my chest onto the screen, and that's not good. Instead, I'm like bent over this, keeping it relatively far away. Where's my heads? Give me the bionic eyes. When I move my hobby desk, it's getting replaced with one I can set the height. Oh, yeah, I have found that lowering my chair like to its lowest point does help me sit up straight when I'm doing this to some extent. But either way, the fact that like there's this gap between me and the models, as much as there is, means that I am a bit do inevitably try shrimping. Also doesn't help that I've got like this keyboard that's a bit low, and when I put my chair low, the arm of the chair ends up hitting the keyboard. Not the keyboard, but the... Oh, actually, if I just lower that, that works. Okay, I can bring my chair a bit closer in. Nice. Standing desks are cool too. Too bad my feet are flat as a pancake. I need to sit to concentrate. Oh. Oh, I need a small base of this thing. What size bases do they usually go on? I forget. Okay, I need a shoulder pad. Here we go, shoulder pad. Got that. Oh, wait. Before shoulder pads, we need to get this on. And that's it. We want a loincloth as well. General question in chat, and I Conjuror. You have trouble finding desks that are too tall and chairs that are too short. My desk is specially made, so no. It was made really tall for me because I'm a very tall person. You know, being 195 centimeters tall has some of its disadvantages. I feel like, are you sure you want a desk that tall? It's like, yes. You realize I'm almost twice as tall as you are, Mr. Crafter Man. Designer Man. I'm fed up of having desks that are too... And it's still too short. It's custom built into the room and it's like... Still made it a bit too short for me. You're scared of motorcycles? I mean, I wouldn't ever want to go onto a motorcycle, to be honest. It does sound a bit scary. I am 182, you could head pat me. I could. He said on a chair that's almost falling apart. I did get a really expensive chair because my last chair did fall apart. It was one of those cute pink and white gaming chairs. I had one of them, except it fell apart way too easily. So eventually I got myself a proper desk chair. It's still kind of gaming chair looking, but it's a proper... It's relatively expensive leather gaming chair, but no, not gaming chair, office chair. But it should last a lot longer. Like, it was a lot more expensive, but in terms of how long it can last and just how much comfier it is and just better, it's, you know, worth the money. It's going to be cheap in the long run. Would you be offended if I called you statuesque? I don't think so. If I do have a thing of where most of my height's in my legs. So when I'm sat down, like even when I'm sat up straight, people don't recognize how tall I'm meant to be until I stand up and I just keep going and going and going and going. And people are like, what? When are you going to stop finish standing up? You're too tall already. Hi, TA. But isn't the great thing about chairs is that you can easily adjust for height. Go on. I ordered a mesh office chair replacement. You don't always get what you pay for with gaming chairs. No. I also didn't want to buy a Chinese gaming chair, to be honest. Because most furniture is actually made in China nowadays, unless you go to IKEA. I was like, I'd rather support, you know, a European or British business if I can. And just because there's so many things where it's like comes from China, and if you don't pay like this massive premium on it, it always ends up just being way lower quality than what you really want. Oh, do you know, for quality it's like a flip of a coin kind of quality. It's like my headphones, they're not as cute as my old ones, but they're much better. They're Soundheiser ones. They don't require a cool headset. They don't require their own software. They just plug in, use them. It's nice. They're reliable. They're good. They are starting to fall apart now. The band on them is slowly disintegrating. But it's fine. Add on for UK's ever prevalent luxury goods tax. Category and ouch, yeah. Like the thing is for my first gaming chair was from Argos, and it was like 80 quid, and it wasn't bad, it wasn't great. My next gaming chair was closer to about 100 quid, bought it from somewhere else. Can't remember where, and it was honestly quite decent for the beginning, but then it just started falling apart after a couple of months and after a couple of years, and it basically having nothing left of it. I finally got a new one, and this one's been great. By comparison, it was like 150 quid, but I think at the same time period I've had this chair, I'll probably be able to have this chair for like 3 times as long as the others, so all in all it's going to be like just way better. I didn't want a mesh chair because, you know, I'm going to be sat in this chair most of the time, so I wanted a really good chair, really comfortable, which this is, and one that supports my back, because one of the issues with the mesh chairs is that they don't have a high back. If they don't have a high back, they don't really support your back. Like, because I am tall. I got a Secret Labs. It's been very kind to me. I don't consider gaming or office chair to be a label that tells you if a thing is good or not. I've had some bad office chairs at home. Yeah, the main thing is when it comes to gaming chairs, I feel like there's a premium you're paying for them now, just for the word gaming of a title. My current chair has a very similar design aesthetic to gaming chairs, but it's just labelled office chair. And the main thing is like, if you go for leather, or like most gaming chairs have been made out of false leather, and false leather falls apart very easily. If you get something made out of real leather, it's generally not going to fall apart as easily. Tell you, my big brother has a motorcycle. He's got a death wobble. You're scared. Oh no. I hope you feel better soon, Elmo, with that weird craziness. Oh, you never get me onto a motorcycle. Partly just because of drivers. Like, I don't care how good you are at riding a motorcycle. The fact is, it's never going to make up for how bad the rest of the people driving are. Oh gosh. Yeah. It really depends on your need for a chair. Like, I wanted a chair that's, you know, got soft cushions and stuff, and has a large back on it, and decent arms, adjustable height, and all of that stuff. My father had a big leather chair at one point, but he got a relatively small office. like for study. So it honestly was too big for the office. They went for a much smaller mesh chair. If a mesh chair is fine. With that being said, he doesn't use it to the same level that I use my chair, where I use my chair every single day. Or much of the day. He uses his office chair like 2-3 times. Well, maybe most days, but it's only like 3 days of a week where he's really using it for most of the day. So everything ultimately just comes down to individual need in what you've got. Oh my gosh, I hate how I just keep having to change what sprue I'm on for each of these models. There we go. You've been watching the anime Bureau? Tojima wants to be Kamen Rider, and it's hilarious. I've never heard of that anime. Cupcake doing a rider kick would be impressive. I could be a Kamen Rider. No, I'd never get me into a bike. Actually, I never liked bikes. Like, even when I was younger and healthy and stuff, it was like, yeah, I don't like bikes. I'd rather just walk or run somewhere. It's like, but you can get much quicker on a bike. And it's like, nah, I can run quicker than a bike. My legs are long enough. I'm in the Gunpla minis, so changing sprue every few seconds is part of the course. No! This is, it's like these guys compared to the Assault Terminator. The Assault Terminators are so nice. They're the newest version. And it's basically, you get 3 sprues like this. And for the Assault Terminators, every sprue half has all of the parts for one model on it. So you got one model here, one model here. And some of the parts you can just easily interchange onto other models if you wanted to, like the arms. But the fact of the matter is, if you've got one leg, the parts that go on the leg are all on this part of the sprue. The only exception to that is the commander, who has one entire sprue to himself. This one, every single model has bits just scattered around each of these sprues. And sometimes they're not even close to one another. It's like, look at this one here. So that part goes with this part, that goes with that part. And the legs are way over here. You had 2 legs here as well. And you had 2 legs here as well. And it's like, why? And where do the shin guards here? Okay, that's where one of the shin guards is. Where's the other shin guard? Well, the other shin guard is going to be... It's not that one. It's going to be... There it is. There's the other shin guard. And that's not the worst one. That one's relatively okay, especially being it the last model in the kit. But my goodness. DW refined part 85 in your Christmas battle force. Good luck, sucker. Yes. At least a Gunpla, you know a general colour you're looking for, and they have definable which one of sprues you're looking for, A, B, C. Actually, they do that a bit now with Warhammer stuff. You will find some of them are labelled A, B, C, especially with the newer vehicles. I very rarely use the instructions anyway for Games Workshop models. Like right now, I'm just going based by numbers. I'm not using instructions. I've not used any instructions of Terminators as far as I'm aware. There we go. And I rarely do. Some of the vehicles I have to follow the instructions on because it's hard to know otherwise. Or what part's meant to go with what. With arcs, I generally try to avoid reading the instructions just because if I get it wrong, it will just be... It's fun to kit bash and just make changes. Okay, goodbye, Elma. Thanks for coming to the stream. Drive had a car, although that is why he was also called Drive. Kind of a special case. Yeah. I've not watched, what's it called? Kamen Rider before. The closest I've watched Kamen Rider is Power Rangers. And when I was a little kid, I liked Pink Ranger and I liked Red Ranger. And then Black Ranger was great. And was it the Silver Ranger at one point? And like the Gold Ranger came along? I don't know. I just remember liking the different colours and some of the characters. I did two Gunplas. I have a Live from Gundam Witch from Mercury, which is Green Tail Broadside. Oh. Most Gunpla kits are 15 plus on the box. Safety runs fun again for the young'uns. To be fair, a lot of the Warhammer stuff is really meant for, like, not for kids. Like, plastic glue and stuff. Which is why a lot of the starter sets and stuff, especially things that are, you know, aimed more towards kids, they don't have glue, like the push fit models. I think it's also one of the reasons why sometimes they do push a bit towards push fit, like in some of the kits. And that's probably one of the reasons why the arcs have quite a bit of actually no, the arc models aren't actually push fit, they're just designed in the same style that push fit are. Some of them are push fit, but not of them aren't. But yeah, I'm guessing that's why you get some push towards making a push fit and just normal kits. So that... You know, if they can advertise it a bit more to kids, because like plastic glue and super glue is, you know, you don't want that around kids. Silver is the most common 6 Ranger colour. I think the second most common is Right Thing Gold. Oh. I barely remember anything about Power Rangers. It's a bit like Digimon. I barely remember anything about Digimon other than you had a few cool Digimon monsters and the Digimon song. Kamen Rider actually appeared in the early US Power Ranger TV series in at least one episode. It had a very brief spin-off series but didn't last very long. Oh. I can't remember what version of Power Rangers I watched. I mean, considering most of what I watched on TV was usually reruns and stuff because I didn't get to see the primetime versions. Like, the amount of times I wanted to watch something and it was the same rerun of an episode was annoying. That's not necessarily like Power Rangers, that's just in general things when I was watching as a kid. Sentai had exactly 54 reds if you count Crimson, 55 if you count one of the specials. What? Power Rangers and Kamen Riders are pretty standalone. Each season have little to do with each other, so Cupcake saying Red Ranger doesn't narrow that down. I remember one of the Red Rangers had long hair. I'm like, oh my gosh, guys can have long hair. That's how little of a kid I was when I was playing, when I watched Power Rangers and stuff on TV. I don't even know if like I watched it. It was just something like my... Actually, probably not my older brother. I think he might have been too old for Power Rangers back when I was a very little kid. There's a very large age gap between each of my siblings and me. One of the reasons why I had a PS1 growing up and a PS2, because it used to be my brother's. And we never had memory cards. Actually, no, eventually we got memory cards. It just took a very long time. So if I wanted to complete a game, I couldn't turn off a PlayStation. There we go. I also remember I wanted to get the Power Ranger. Oh no, I did actually watch Power Ranger because I had some of the Power Ranger toys. I think I actually won in a competition. Oh, there was one with trains. One of the Power Ranger, you had all of the Power Ranger things were doing for trains. I think I won it in a competition, do you know, for big Mighty Morphin monster thing, and it had like different, like each of its legs was a train and each of its arms were a train, and you could put them together. And then you had a Pink Ranger who had a little tiny water pistol as like the weapon you could give her. I loved that Pink Ranger model. I'm now sure Cupcon is talking about Power Rangers in space. Red goes with a long-haired Red Ranger. It might have been a long-haired. It might have been a long-haired other Ranger, and by long hair I mean like down to there. But I have no idea. 50 years of early seasons. It was 1998. Power Rangers in space. Did they have trains? $50 teams, a red one in each one. Plus Team Fire, Walsword, Kabuto Ranger, Senkai Red. Oh, I could... That is a lot of things. It was probably Go-Go V, which is to the west. Lightspeed Rescue. That water pistol can douse a burning building. Yeah! I don't remember anything of the shows because I was very, very young at the time. I think it might have been Red having long hair, but equally I might be remembering something completely different as well. So... Like, my memories from that age definitely conflate a lot together. The train robot is GoLiner and it carries the regular vehicles. Oh. It's also possible for multiple Power Rangers and I just wasn't aware that there are different Power Ranger shows. Because as I said, I mostly only saw reruns of stuff. I think I liked the trains because at the time we had things like Thomas the Tank Engine. And Thomas the Tank Engine was very cool. Apparently I really like trains. Partly because my grandfather had like this really old film that had like this train in it. And it was all about this train. I was like, oh, I loved that. I think my first like miniature model thing was a train. And then it was a plane when I was older. In the first series, it was Tommy the Green Ranger and later the White Ranger that had long hair. It might have been them then. Oh no, well the first Ranger show started in 93 and was based on the 16th iteration. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up Go V Power Ranger. Googling. 1999 to 2000.
Puff word of the day. Sick. I'm having a very bad case of the sick.
You're having a very bad case of the sick. No! Did I win that in the competition? Okay, I do not recognize a Go-Go V's at all. They do not look like Power Rangers. Power Rangers. Power Ranger trains. Train robot. Oh. Was it this one? Oh, it was that one. The Super Train Megazord. In Lightspeed Rescue. Was it Lightspeed Rescue? Okay, that's not the one I watched though. Because I do not recognize those things as Power Rangers. Those costumes. I recognize the costumes and they kind of look like I forget. They have to know their help. They look a bit like Space Marine helmets in a way, except then they've got like, you know, the visor going across instead of the eyes. So you got the cover for the mouth like that, and then you got the visor or just above the cover for the mouth. Oh wait, that didn't have a pink. Yeah. Also, the train might have been actually passed down from my brother. I know I won something massive in a Oh, I know what I won in a competition. I know what I won in a competition. It was it was a giant. It was a colouring competition, and I won one of those. Not micro machines. Hot Wheel. It was a Hot Wheel track. Yeah. And we had it for like a day, and apparently I didn't like it. Yeah, that was a massive thing I won in a competition. The other thing I won in a competition was a giant plush toy that was like bigger than me as a kid, and my parents were like, you can't keep that, it's just way too big. I think that thing might have been passed down from my brother then, and I watched later Power Ranger shows. Oh gosh. It's hard to know. Look, when a lot of my early toys and stuff, I just had lots of hand-me-downs from my brothers and sisters. So I had like Barbies and Action Men and Micro Machines and Power Ranger-y stuff. And Thomas the Tank Engine. Actually, I think it might have been because I was into Thomas the Tank Engine that my parents gave me that thing that my brother used to have. Because we're like trains. We know something with trains. Kamen Rider generally is very queer coded, especially Kamen Rider Gaft. I'm more of a Kamen Rider person of a pipeline for modern male Kamen Rider and Super Sentai actors, of that they are eventually star in gay romance dramas. You know, it makes sense. it makes sense, you know. Oh, why wouldn't they? I now want to find out what was the Power Rangers I mostly watched as a kid. Okay, Power Ranger Pink Water Pistol. That's not the one I had at all. Oh, I might have had that pink water gun. Because I did have a really, really big water gun at one point. Okay, I need to like figure out. Mighty Morphin. Mighty Morphin. Power Rangers. Do. Wait, they still sell stuff for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Is that the one I knew? I might have seen a bit of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I don't remember the weird mouths. Oh, it's hard to know. Everything's like through the things as a kid, and they still show reruns of these old shows. Like, I'm pretty sure they still show Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Many Super Sentai OP songs are copyrighted though, and YouTube would take the stream down. Yeah! Bit of a gamble, yeah. Some streams get away with it, some don't. Lip mode's a big debate in Sentai. Yeah, I do not remember lip modes at all. But I think I do kind of recognize the name of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, so maybe I did watch that one. And for costumes, I kind of ring a vague bell. It definitely wasn't the ones that had the... I definitely didn't watch the Go one, or if it did, it was only small amounts. Oh, I think one of them had like a bike or something in one of the Power Rangers I watched. But that probably does not narrow it down at all. Knowing how Conjuror's memory works, you might have watched Adventure Time and thought it was Power Rangers. Now, I know Adventure Time because I've never watched it. I've watched a couple of episodes and I keep meaning to like properly sit down and watch Adventure Time because, you know, it's apparently good. But I've just not gotten around to actually doing that yet. Did they have arrows on the faces? Because if so, it was Time Force. I'm gonna have to look up Power Rangers Time Force. Oh. Maybe. I'm gonna have to just look at like all of the Power Rangers now. This is just gonna become a stream of looking at all of the Power Rangers. Power Rangers Television Steed, Mighty Morphin Alien Theo, Turbo, Lost Galaxy, Lightspeed Rescue, Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, Dinosaurs! Okay, I've got to look up Dino Thunder. I might have seen Dino Thunder. You ever did have dinosaur stuff. Oh yeah, I did see some of a Dino Thunder one. Did I see Ninja Storm? I'm gonna get so many Power Rangers type ads now. Power Ranger Ninja Storm. Images, let's look up them. Okay, probably not Ninja Storm. SPD. By 2025, the Earth has welcomed alien beings to live peacefully with humanity. When? We did that! Power Ranger SPD. Maybe I saw some of that one. Mystic Force. Were dinosaurs in the show? You might have watched outside your window. No! I'm not old. Okay, Power Rangers Mystic Force. You know what? I can just eradicate that. Go. Let's look at these guys. Okay, I might have actually seen some of Mystic Force. Jungle Fury. Oh, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the Re version. Okay, I'm gonna have to look up the 2010 version. Because maybe I had seen that. Okay, maybe I had seen some of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I think Mighty Morphin Power Rangers are the Dino one with like my two main Power Ranger things. You've narrowed it down quite a bit actually. No lip modes. Pink plus pink. That leaves SPD, Mystic Force, Operation Samurai, Dino, Ninja, or Dino Steel. If a Triceratops was pink, then it was Dino. Oh, it's probably maybe Dino Charge then. Oh, I might have seen SPD. I definitely remember the dinosaur. I did like dinosaurs as a kid, so... Again, I probably watched like bits and pieces of all of them, considering that they all like re-released within like a few years of one another. And then you get a lot like the more popular ones. Definitely had a lot of like, they were shown again later. Oh, what's the word? I probably just watched like bits. Again, I was when I was very young, so I probably barely remember. I probably wasn't even aware that it was actually different shows at the time. All other trikes are blue. It's a rule. But yeah, I liked me some dinosaurs. I had a big book of dinosaurs and almost everything in it now is like factually incorrect. I was reading it the other, like I say the other day a while ago now because I'd found it. I'm like, oh my gosh, this giant hardback book that's just non-fiction dinosaur book. And it's like, no, this is all fiction now. None of this is true. Well, not none of it. A lot of it is, like, still relatively scientifically accurate. But yeah, they had kind of... I think I stopped liking dinosaurs as much when I started watching Friends. and Ross was a paleontologist, and he actually put me off dinosaurs. I'm like, oh, I don't like Ross so much, and he's a dinosaur. Is this what our dinosaur people are like? I don't want to like dinosaurs. Oh. I think that's probably one of the reasons why I never even collected lizard men, and what put me off them a little bit. It's like this, just Ross from Friends just somehow ruins it. Oh no. Friends is such an awful show. It actually is such a joy for the hearts of children. Yes. Yes, it's true. Actually, no. Friends isn't awful. It's got Chandler Bing in it, and Chandler Bing is great. If Chandler Bing makes fun of your job must be awful, if that means dinosaurs are bad. Reminder of the first dino team. It's even called Dinosaur Sentai. Only has 2 blooming dinos in it, a T-Rex and Triceratops. The Pteranodon. It's a Pterosaurus, and the saber cats and mammoths are mammals. Yay! I might have seen that one. I don't know. Reruns. Reruns! That's the word I was trying to look for. Yeah, seeing... Reruns make it very hard to actually narrow down what I watched as a kid. When it comes to Power Rangers, because they still show reruns of like the older shows, like the more popular ones on TV. Like just Googling then, it's like this, unless they've redone, have they redone Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Have they like re-released it or something? Because it did say it was a 2010 re-release, but it's like as soon as I Googled Power Rangers, it was like, toy stores selling Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Or is it just because Mighty Morphin is fun to say? Mighty Morphin Power Range something, I don't know. The main thing I got really into as a kid that I still remember because I continued being into it forever is Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, perfection. And Beyblade. Beyblades. Everyone loved Beyblade. Everyone loved Yu-Gi-Oh! Everyone loved Beyblades. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Do I need to explain why dragons count? Dragons are dinosaurs. Oh no, dragons aren't dinosaurs because dragons are actually cool, unlike dinosaurs. Oh, Reign of Fire. Wait, Reign of Fire. Has anyone watched Reign of Fire before? It's basically what if Skyrim occurred in the modern day. I think that's Reign of Fire. I might be misremembering. Lord Zed was an American original design. And fair play to them. I'm surprised he was allowed on TV. He had no skin. What? Just watched a documentary about some guy tormenting official Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments with a star deck so much Konami representatives had to ask him how to hit his deck. Oh gosh. Wait, is that why my favourite deck got nerfed? Oh. I'm joking. I'm joking. My favourite was Blue Eyes White Dragon, obviously. And Kaiba. Kaiba and Blue Eyes White Dragon. The best. More Terminators. Yeah, hi Patosaurio. How you doing? We've got... We're building 10 Terminators today, hopefully. Although I've only got 40 minutes to build the rest of them. Oh no. You distracted me with Power Rangers and trying to remember which one I actually watched. It's not very hard to distract me, that's the issue. You distracted me. I wasn't trying to distract you. I'm distracted very easily. That sounds more like your fault than mine. Never, never. I think it's called World War D. World War D? Never heard of it. Cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are so complicated now. Every deck is a star deck. Every deck is a star deck, but there's only like 6 turns of a game. If you're lucky. It's just that your opponent takes like half an hour to do their turn. And then you lose. He had a Genshin recycle engine. Genshi recycle engine, and the rest were card draws. He used to be a judge, but Konami fired him because he said mean things about Konami, so he became a villain. You can't say mean things about Konami. They made Yu-Gi-Oh! They made that game I like. 6 turns where? That's why I said if you're lucky, playing old rules. Space Marines are just Power Rangers under Imperial fast rural. They even come in every colour on the spectrum. They do. They do. Where's my pink Space Marines? Oh, Emperor's Children. Where's my pink Loyalist Space Marines? I want the pink Loyalist Space Marines. Have they got to have water guns? The Medusas. No. If Space Marines were actually Power Rangers, you'd have female Space Marines. Because you got female Power Rangers, you know? Except for some reason, every other episode the female Space Marines will all get kidnapped, and all the other male Space Marines will have to save them. Even though, you know... I'm imagining that's how it went in Power Rangers a lot, considering other media from the time period. That being said, you also had Teen Titans and Raven and Starfire. Oh, but actually didn't, like, both of them get kidnapped? What are you on? Kazuki Takahashi made it. Conjuror says she likes Yu-Gi-Oh, but she has Seojin. No. Konami made Yu-Gi-Oh. Konami made Yu-Gi-Oh. A $1 billion company would never lie to me. It definitely wasn't Bandai first. We need to hit Conjuror bricks. They licensed it. It's different. The biggest and most colourful Sentai is a Space Sentai. Purple Ranger, red, orange, blue, gold, silver, black, green, yellow, pink, violet, sky blue, and another red. The only thing I actually remember of the TV shows, like, vividly is we're in this massive crater or something, and then suddenly there was like this black and this gold Power Ranger. And that's the only thing that's like in my memory strong of like watching the Power Rangers as a show. And everyone was surprised by them, was like, oh my gosh, there's other colours. Or something like that. Although maybe that was just actually Michael Bay's Transformers. Actually, it's the opposite. It's usually the guys that got kidnapped, and Red and Green Rangers got kidnapped. The two got tied to a pole talking about their old fights. What? We call them dark skin people. No! There's a loyalist chapter as Pink Armor. They are called Sons of a Phoenix. There's a question about who their Primarch is. Oh. Wait, Sons of a Phoenix. That means rebirth. For Pink, that means Emperor's Children. That means Clone Fulgrim's got to become... It's coming back. Clone Fulgrim model of the Imperium. No cope at all. Minimum levels of cope. Black and gold. Sounds like what they called the gold range of the US, but in Sentai he's officially black. No, as in for 2 new ones. There's a black one and there's a gold one. I think it was. And again, I might even be thinking of Power Rangers. I just might have conflated it in my head with like these things. My memory sucks. I remember what I ate yesterday, and I only remember what I ate yesterday because it was the same what I ate today, and that was half of a cheeseburger and half of a pack of fries. Talan, stop with the bad jokes. It's the armor that's black. I don't know about the person that wore the armor. And by armor I mean like very thin skin tight suit. RPM, Dino Charge, and Dino Steel all have black and gold members. Oh. Let's give this dude purity seals. I got purity seals. Purity seals. I'm sealing my purity for you. Purity seals, purity seals, sealing it all in 'cause I'm so pure. I want to purity seal you, purity seal you, gonna make you so pure. What if that person is in the UK? If they aren't Americans then? Are you sure they're not? I think everyone is American if we really think about it. No, if they're in the UK, we just refer to them as depressed. Like most people in the UK. Like, if all you need to do is, like, if you want to know how you're meant to refer to someone from the UK, you just go, depressed, and they're like, yeah. Hey, you depressed person over there. I know who you're talking about. Every single UK person will just respond the exact same way. It's the one thing that unifies us all. In a dark mood, you might say. In a dark, dark mood. There we go. There is a unifying factor. Person's sad. The UK, one of the world's strongest economies. You would not think it if you ever went to the UK. Okay, that's these 5 done. 5 more to go. Is every person in the UK depressed? You could call that place Miseryville. Actually, I'm joking about everyone being depressed. There's like 5 people who aren't. No one likes them though. There we go. Oh, Terminators! ba-da. And then we go ba-da, ba-da. And then transfers. Send it away. Ooh. Ooh. It's like this thing. Oh. Oh. Ah. It tastes awful. I don't like it. In terms of GDP, not buying power, we got more millionaires and more homeless. Everyone in the middle has to tread water. Yay! Oh wait, I hadn't finished with them. What's one thing I wanted to do? I forgot the homing beacon. How do we forget our homie? So that's the base size I want. Do I have any bases that size here? Oh, because I don't want to go into the big thing that where my bases are. Ugh. Ugh. Written for people where they talk about... Actually, wait, what is it we talk about? Ooh. Actually, different transfer sheets. Huh. Oh, what do they say? You might technically have a weaker economy if everyone can afford to survive. It's weird. Actually, it's arguably not like that. Like in Britain, I don't think Britain's like a terrible place in a lot of ways. It's not as good as some. But food in Britain is relatively cheap compared to much of the world, which is quite nice, and it's not exactly bad quality food. What else is there that's good in Britain? I mean, we've got the NHS, which isn't amazing, but, you know, it's pretty good. Not terrible, such a ringing endorsement. Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but it's definitely a lot better than a lot of the world. The main thing is the housing crisis. Yeah, I mean, actually, that is legitimately like the worst part of Britain at the moment, for housing crisis. Like, in terms of like economic issues. It's most affordability issues just come down to people can't afford to spend money because they're spending too much on rent, mortgages, or something similar. And the amount that they're spending is just ridiculously high compared to what they really should be spending. And that issue is very similar to Japan, and Japan gave us a massive warning about it years ago, and we completely ignored it. And ironically love British food. British food's not bad. But I've got to be biased, I guess. There we go. But there are a bunch of issues, and a lot of people don't necessarily recognize the issues. Like, we get this thing, like, oh, what's it? Like, people argue that we spend too much on, you know, benefits, social states, all of that sort of stuff. But if we actually compare ourselves to, like, most of Europe, in terms of how much we spend, percentage-wise, we spend very, very little. We're actually one of the worst for it. And that makes a lot of sense where a lot of our issues come from. Jellied eels. I don't even know if we do jellied eels in the UK at the moment. I've never seen jellied eels IRL. We are tiny, running out to space for blinking houses. We're not even running out to space. It's like a lot of our space issues are caused by things like corporations owning massive amounts of land and like Airbnb people and stuff. Like I was reading about like housing properties and stuff, and there's like at least 3 different people in London alone who own 1,000 properties that are empty for most of the year because they run as Airbnbs. That's like 3,000 properties owned by 3 people in the, you know, the most densely populated part of Britain where housing prices are the most insane. And then you realise that there's thousands of people like that who own at least dozens of houses between them. And then you find like small towns and stuff. It's hard to get houses in them because they keep getting bought up by these Airbnbs and like tourist groups and stuff. It's like, no! And it's like near me, there's been 2 housing property developments that are completely empty because effectively it's just money laundering schemes at this point. Technically, the houses are for sale, but at such extreme prices that no one would ever buy them. You love black pudding. Oh, according to Tan, African. No! It's not made of... It's just made in blood. It's made in blood. Unfortunately, a lot of people online that see things about the UK don't know how to separate the memes and reality. Plus, British people like to complain, so people don't know if we are exaggerating. Yeah. Also, we like to make fun of ourselves. That is one thing we do a lot in Britain. Like, do British people have bad teeth and bad dental? Yeah, of course we do. Actually, most of our bad dental stuff comes from, do you know, the age of where everyone was eating lots and lots of sugar, but dental work hadn't really caught up yet. But because Britain had become relatively wealthy, everyone had access to lots of, you know, very sugary stuff. And it's kind of amusing. Yes, 33 next. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things at the moment. But anyway, why did we get me onto the housing crisis? You know not to get me onto the housing... Actually, quite a low rate of cavities and stuff. We just don't go all in on braces at the slightest misalignment. Yeah, also, we do actually have a bit of a bad dentist problem because of, effectively, dentistry is kind of an underfunded thing over here. And most people don't want to and can't afford to go private. And as a result, it's like me, I wanted, my dentist was really, really bad and I wanted to try finding another dentist. But I just couldn't get onto one. So in the end, I had to just find a private dentist that I knew who would take me on. And it's now extremely expensive, but now my teeth are doing a lot better than they used to be. One of the main causes for housing crisis is that councils were banned from buying social housing in the 80s. Plus, NIMBYs were given too much power to block new housing near them. There's a lot of things that contribute to the housing crisis in Britain. It's like we get lots of, like, I see a lot of these houses and stuff being built, and so many of them, well, some of them have been built and they're so incredibly poorly and shoddily built like no one can actually live in them anymore. But there are others where the prices are so high no one can afford to live in them. And it's like, yeah, there's definitely just some weird stuff going on here. Yet more houses are being built. And no one's going to live in them. Because no one can afford them, because they say affordable housing, but it's not. So then they sit empty. We talk about housing crisis quite often. I know, it's your guys' fault. You know what happens to me if you talk about the housing. It was a private dentist until you mentioned it just now. And there was that tower with extremely variable wall insulation that caused a big shake-up. Yeah. There we go. There's a lot of weird issues. But none of this has anything to do with Terminators. Terminators. We love them. Terminators. We hate them. Guys, what's your favorite Space Marine unit? Mine is Infernus Squad. I like my Infernus squads. I just wish they weren't push fit models. Actually, no, Stern Guard. Stern Guard are my favorite. I absolutely adore Stern Guard. Yes, I do play Black Templar. Yes, my favorite unit is the shooty Stern Guard unit. After that, any of the Graphis units. I love my Graphis. My least favourite unit, by far and away, are the Terminator units. Absolutely hate Terminators. I think anyone that would use Terminators is just silly. I think we should replace them all with Graphis and Centurion armour. There we go. It's a bit ironic that the flammable cladding was probably used as a replacement for asbestos. Potentially. A lot of it comes down to corruption. I'm trying to fight corruptions very hard, especially like on individual levels. Like, how come the planning permission person in the council has like $1 million home? £1 million home? And how come he can afford to drive flashy sports cars? It can't be that he's taking bribes and is corrupt. No, that would be crazy. Surely he bought them all on just a council person's salary. Person who's meant to investigate him for corruption. How come they just got a private jet? There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, we got footsies. We got Lexies. We got super cool Lexies. And oh, website. Where did that come from? Marauders running wild. And these guys, look, demons. Do you think they're gonna release new demon models soon? Maybe. That does look like a cool box. This box is... Look at all the Look at all them Terminators. And flying people. And look at that big old beast. Does that remind you of a cat from Captain Marvel? You know, the tentacles that come... Goose. It might... Oh, I want to paint it orange now. And, like, remove a thing off its back. And, like, make it a bit furry. And then just name it Goose. Because it's got big old tentacles coming out of its mouth. Oh, these are cool boxes. These are a bit expensive. Same with them. Oh, Terminators. 6 big old Terminators. Why are they sending me in boxes of 6? I don't understand that one. Right. Accounts for the UK are not paid, so for only people who run for the seats are either retired people or the rich who can leave businesses to run themselves. Yeah. And definitely not anyone who's interested. Or Horus Heresy, so they come in 6s. They do? Why do the blast box come in 10s? That's crazy. Oh, look at them. Look at these levers. They don't look bulky enough. I feel like the waist needs to be bulkier for the Cataphracti. And like the armor bits need to come down lower on the arms. Like the shoulder pads. They feel too lanky otherwise. Well, maybe they're afraid of them looking a bit too much like Saturnine then. Okay, 46, 43, 46, 43, 46, 43, 46, 43, 46, 43, 46, 43. So 48 is here. So I'm looking for like 45, I imagine. 60, 63. 14, 8. Oh, there we go, 45. There we go. There we go. Oh. Let's go and run for president. Every like on this stream is another time that we talk about the housing crisis. No, don't dislike the stream. Most disliked stream ever. Only stream to get negative likes. Why do they come in 6s? Why does a Horus Heresy want 6 Terminators? Don't they know about the holy number that is a 5 and 10s? They're counting in 6s. They're not using a metric system. Are they going by inches into feet? Okay, so I want this piece. It's called Horus Heresy. Yeah. But the loyalists are loyal. And surely the Horus Heresy, they would definitely want to use a metric system, not the imperial system. Because, you know, the heretics. Was the Legion combat doctrine different during the Horus Heresy for squad sizes? The normal squads are in squads of 10, 20. Rather than 5 and 10. Although Black Templars use squads of 20. And so do the Space Wolves. Loyalists can do a little heresy as a treat. No! His leg fell off. They're not allowed to do heresy as a treat. Is that what the Horus Heresy was actually about? We're like, I don't like our measurement system. We should be counting in... We shouldn't be counting in 6s by 12s. We should be counting in 5s by 10s. And the Emperor was like, no! No son of mine will count in 6s by 10s. Whoa! 5s by 10s, sorry. And in the end, Logar won. He got his 6s. He got his 5 by 10s for his Terminators. Space Wolves, that's a group led by Lehman Russ, isn't it? Yeah! And they don't really follow the Codex very much, just like the Black Templars. There we go. There's a Terminator in the sky, there's a Terminator who's about to die. There we go. Oh, I forgot to put the little side panels of that dude. There we go. What does everyone else equip their Terminators with? Like, do you go for the missile launcher, or do you go for their assault cannon or the heavy flamer? I feel like assault cannon is kind of a worst option now. In 10th, assault cannons have been given a really bad rep. They're not as good as they used to be. Like, at one point, the vending runes that they had were incredibly powerful. I'm not even sure a lot of the assault cannons even have devastating runes anymore. On top of that, back when they got 6 attacks, that was a lot of attacks. Most things did not get that many attacks, or even close. They like multi-lasers now. And I think they're also AP5. They had the same AP as a bolt gun. So many Terminators. Hi, Empress Whiteball! We're building 10 Terminators today. And then 10 more tomorrow. And that'll be the last of the Terminators. We'll have 127 Terminators. And it still won't be enough. We need more. We need more! No, you can't have more. You've already got too many. Nonsense. Too many Terminators. I've never heard such drivel in my life. There's no such thing as too many Terminators, and to prove it, I'm going to get 100 more Terminators. Actually, no, isn't the faction that like has the most Terminators the Dark Angels? There we go. Each chapter has like 100 suits of Terminator. Not really. So generally the founding chapters will have enough Terminator suits to arm all of their veterans in Terminator armor. Although they're not necessarily going to deploy them all. In fact, they generally try to deploy them sparingly. The main exceptions is the Dark Angels, who can pretty much equip everyone in Terminator armor, and their successor chapters, who equally have a ridiculous amount of Terminator armor. The Grey Knights have ridiculous amounts of Terminator armor. But then you're going to have like the poorer chapters, so they're going to be like the second founding chapters. The ones that came well after, and they're much younger. They might not even have 1,000 Space Marines. And there might be 400 of them, and they might not even have 10 suits of armor. Things like the Imperial Fists generally have a bit more suits of armor, just because they can. Well, they really like their Terminators as well. The Iron Hands likely have more armor as well, because they've got, you know, really good ties with the AdMech. And similar factions with really good ties to the AdMech likely have more suits of Terminator armor. But generally, you shouldn't expect a chapter to have more than 100. Most of the time, when they do, it's an exception, not the rule. And they're only going to have 100 if they're lucky. But for some reason, my Black Templar themed chapter has 127 suits. And counting! But the law of them is that they're going to have kind of ties with the admech. And they're also going to not really care too much about, you know, the usual rules lying around about productions of stuff. Iron Hands probably have more Terminators, I guess. Yeah, the Iron Hands probably do. But it is literally only a guess. Or at least for me it is. The plan was fully replacing the armor of Terminators, yeah. Until Horrors did some trolling. That was apparently the plan. Would have it been a good plan? Maybe. But it never happened. So it's fine. I mean, there's a number of reasons why it might have not been a good plan, to be honest. And that's because, like, Terminator armor is very expensive to care for and to, you know, to make and stuff. That's one of the reasons why they don't have that much, because, you know, it's very hard to get more. And the second thing is, it's incredibly heavy. And, you know, not very flexible and stuff. So if they don't have the same range of movements and everything else that comes with, you know, having power armor. So trying to be stealthy with Terminator armor, you know, very hard. You can't use drop pods when you got Terminator armor because you're too big for them. You're too big for a lot of vehicles. So you're going to have these massive land raiders going all over the place. In the end, I don't think Terminators would have been a very practical solution for the Space Marines. Maybe they're deploying them all as a legion anyway, as was the original plan. It would make some sense. But... so... your tactic is literally just flood them with thousands upon thousands of Terminators. And then use the Terminators as a kind of enforcers on the planet. And in space, maybe that would work. There we go, last Terminator body here. Everyone loves Terminator and it's law accurate. It's not an army, it's just a moving wall of guns, pretty much. And power fists, so if they do get too close, whack. If I recall, the Terminators. I mean, Terminators are cool. I do think Graphis armor is a lot better though, you know, for the same type of job. Because it's much cheaper to manufacture Graphis armor. It's not quite as heavy as Terminator armor. It's got a lot more flexibility to it in terms of how it can be equipped and utilized. It does lose some protection, but in exchange you gain much more flexibility, more uses of it. Mass production. I really like the pig faces. I used to really dislike it, but the newer models, it kind of like the modern Primaris Terminators, it's kind of grown on me. I definitely like my Terminators being more decorated though, like with the cloaks and all for purity seals and stuff like that. It does feel weird to have Terminators being very bland looking. There we go. The Terminator armor tech could have probably continued to advance to get rid of its weaknesses. Potentially, but I think it would have only ever ended at Graphis armor. Because the main issue is the long-term use of the Terminator armor. Which... I'm just struggling to find... That's not the piece I want, but it's basically... There it is. That's the correct one. Because the main issue is the long-term viability of it. Like, it's all great, like, producing a supercar and saying you want to replace every car with a supercar. But if a supercar is just so expensive. What defines purity for me? Hi, Tor, how you doing? GW really need to pull themselves together and make a purity seal box could be great. And like, do you know, other sort of symbols and stuff. Icons and stuff you can attach to your models. So many Terminators are left to... after these 5, only 10, and we'll be finishing them tomorrow. What defines the purity of a marine? How many seals we've got attached to them? Mainly baby seals. No, not the baby seals. Why don't you make green stuff press mode? Purity seals are low detailed enough. It is possible, but I mean, if they did just make a purity seal kit, it would be great. Also, it's a price of purity seals. Like, if you just buy 3D printed purity seals online, you can buy like 200 of them for like £5 or something stupid. It's like the amount of time it would take to, like, I have done some, like, I've got this mode thing, Tech Priest thing here, Imperial Eagle, Templar Icon, Templar Vehicle thing, Imperial Eagle Vehicle thing, Templar Big Old Sword. Honestly, the only one that's any good here is this one and maybe the Eagle. The other ones are kind of meh. I might have to redo them. There's one advantage to the green stuff over the plastic ones, especially for stuff like this, is that once you've pressed it in and taken it out, like, just allow it to dry a little bit, take it out, it's got some flexibility to it. Actually, even after it's dried, it's got some flexibility to it, so you can wrap it around whatever you want to attach it to. And that's what I like about them. But purity seals are so small that it'll be difficult to do it correctly. And then you have to spend ages just with a knife cutting out all the edge parts of it. And it's like, ugh. And then the price of green stuff to begin with. It's a lot of effort, and I'd rather just spend a bit of money to not have to bother with the effort. It's especially a lot of time to put into it. How does one earn a seal? So purity seals are generally, most of what we refer to as purity seals on a Space Marine are actually like, you know, medals that you'll see in like someone's dress uniform. It's very similar to that. And most of the time it's just basically by being a cool Space Marine, fighting in battles and doing stuff like that, you're going to get given rewards for it. And you'll probably put them on your armor and your guns. And that's basically what it is. And purity seals fall into that category. So, like that little crux symbol there would be part of it. Some of these chains might even be it. This thing here, that thing. Some of it might be rewards, some of it might not be. So purity seals themselves aren't always rewards. And the ones that are definitely purity seals are like, where's something on one of these models? Like that thing, that might not be a reward. That might just be him making a purity seal and putting on its armor to bless it. You know, to get the Empress to protect them. And so a lot of it, especially if you see it on weapons, there's a large chance it was either a blessing put on there by the Space Marine, one of their people who take care of their armor, or by a tech priest or something like that, or tech marine. Or some sort of priest. Things like this, where you got like the crux, and it looks a bit like a purity seal, that's more likely to be some sort of reward. Things where you see like bones on them, or like these lanterns, they could be an award. It could be literally a weapon given to them, like some sort of incense to protect them from the bad guys, rather than an award. Things like these little shields can be too. But when it comes to like things like the bones, like this might have a bit of a bone inside it. It could be given as a reward for their duty and stuff. But there's a large chance that, like, let's say his best friend, his brother, got killed. He might take a bit of his bone, have it sanctified and put into here. Equally, he might kill an obnoxious space, like Chaos Space Marine or something, and be like, he'll get it sanctified, put it in here as like a relic to carry with him, like a reminder of the enemy he's killed, or like just to protect him from the demons. Some of it could be like their friend. It could be an Imperial Guardsman, like who died, and they're just like, that was a cool guardsman, super brave, died, was super brave. I'm going to like honor them by carrying a piece of their bones, like one of their fingers or their foot, or even their skull with me at all times now. And that might become a chapter relic, and that relic then gets passed on to others long after this Space Marine's died. The relic that he made might be continued to be awarded and passed down. And that's where a lot of these things come down from. Green stuff is just rebranded, repackaged, neat and tight putty I book buy from a plumber store. Oh, there's lots of different types of putty. Green stuff is generally a bit tougher, and dry is tougher and is a bit hard to work with. But at the same time, that extra durability allows you to get a lot of, or say that extra toughness allows you to work a lot of detailing into it. You then get like the military putty, which is a lot softer. It's a lot easier to work with and not as sticky, but equally sometimes it can be hard to get the same level of detail from it. There's lots of different types of putty. You can buy green stuff relatively cheaply in bulk, but at the same time, especially if you're doing this for the first time, it's a lot of experimentation, a lot of skill, a lot of time. I don't have the time and I need to put into it. Okay, I want to get the skull for what gets done now. But yeah, most of what they get, but there's no real, like, definitely this is how a Space Marine gets it. Some chapters, they might have it where the only way to get to Purity Seal is to be awarded one. Others might have it where, like, generally the Black Templar, they're most likely putting lots of their own Purity Seals on it, or getting their, like, serfs and stuff to put seals on things. Where things like the Ultramarines are probably only getting them awarded to them. They're not doing it themselves. You're then going to have groups that are a bit different, like the Silver Templar. You're probably not going to see it much on their armor. It will only be awards. But on their weapons, you're going to find there's a good chance that most of their weapons are going to be covered in Purity Seals because they care about their weapons a lot. So probably put a lot of extra work into getting them protected. Milliput is another faff putty I use, water soluble before. Oh, it's water soluble. Oh, I never knew that. So I use watered down Milliput for brush applied gap filler. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I've got the Games Workshop liquid green stuff that I don't find is a very good gap filler. Or at least most of the time when I want to use it as a gap filler, the gaps are just too big for it. But what I do find it is good on is if you've got anything that's like foam, especially any sort of foam that would like get destroyed by an aerosol being sprayed upon it, I find it's really good to paint over it and form a really tight seal without losing any of the detail that you want to be there. But it will form a seal around it and allow you to paint on it. It's really good for that stuff. Liquid green stuff is horrible, yeah. It was one of the first things I bought when I got back of a hobby because I used to love working with green stuff. I've not really worked with green stuff that much at the moment. And partly it is because I'm afraid of making mistakes on the channel and stuff and like making something that looks absolutely awful. So that entire anxiety just put me off trying to do it. And back when I was playing a lot, I was just, I was doing it for myself, so didn't really care so much. There we go. I can't find any green stuff near me, so I only work with a Tamiya putty and air dry clay. Oh. I only, I just buy my online. I've been struggling to find decent green stuff tools, but I actually have found a couple of good ones. I used to just use the green stuff tool that Games Workshop sold, and it was just fabulous. Oh, I have seen people saying that buying some dentist tools is really, really good. But the last metal ones I bought were good enough. With the silicone ones I've got. Neither are great, but they're good enough for my needs. Maybe one day I'll look into it. Gosh, does this go here? It looks like it goes here. There we go. Regular gesso will work to seal the foam. It brushes on thick and shrinks when it dries. It's what artists use to prep canvases before painting. Yeah, I never used that before painting, but that's just because the paper I used was fine. I have bought a varnish though. I have used in a few models now. I have dentist tools for sculpting, works great. Yeah. We do the same with goose. For gunplay, can take some plastic nibs of a white colour, melt them in SB cement and use that to fill gaps. Yeah. People do that with sprue goo at the moment, so it's just melting it in basically. Sometimes just spare glue. I've thought about doing something with all of that, but at the moment, I've kind of decided against it. Just because I don't want to bother with a big tub of acetone. Oh my gosh, I love using these missile launchers. But building the missile launchers is a lot less fun. Very fiddly putting this piece together. There we go. I am so tired. I could just collapse. There we go. And then we need this middle piece. After this, painting stream, but maybe one day. I don't really work too much with plastics. I don't think sprue glue would do much for me. Oh. I'm sure, since most Warhammer models aren't coloured out of a box. Yeah, we use sprue glue. It's less about doing the colour, it's more about just using all that spare sprue we've got to fill gaps. Sometimes people make things like terrain from it. Or sometimes entire models. Or parts. Generally not the best idea though, because sprue glue is usually made of acetone. And the acetone will bubble when it's drying, leaving little pock marks all over something. Kirby painting stream in 2035. Yeah, we got 26 space means I need to paint. Basically, for these guys, I want to test out a way to paint them. I've also got my mastodons I want to paint. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to do, but unfortunately, with my health and stuff, I've just not gotten around to doing them. So much work I wanted to get done off stream and stuff. So many missed streams. Still got to finish painting my blooming Yeet purse. It's very silly. You know what? I could use this one. Can't I? Yeah, it's good enough. Popcorn's part of shame is ever growing. Well, that's not the worst problem to have. Yeah. I would have got my mastodons already painted if my plan to paint them didn't go so badly. But now I've got this massive mess of some models that I need to fix up. The idea was I spray them with one colour, white, and then I masking tape over it and spray with another colour. I thought I can just wait like an hour or so for it to dry and that would be fine. But no, it turns out I need to wait like 48 hours. And since there's only like a couple of days a week where I've got like a chance to spray the models. That wasn't... It's going to... Yeah, because as soon as I took the masking tape off, it took off the paint that was under it and part of the paint that wasn't even touching it. Well, but it wasn't under it, like had been paint. So it sprayed over. And then you lift the masking tape up and you got the paint on top of the masking tape and it peels off and it then starts peeling away all the paint like over here on the model. And so I've got now these big... I think I'm just going to brush it with a big old brush. It's just getting around to doing it is the issue. And then I want my Titan to paint. And then I'll get on to these dudes. I've also got some rocker goblins I want to paint. Goblin Rockers. Hi, Soxus. So you have to detack the tape. It was very, very light tape. The issue was I just didn't let it dry properly. It turns out I thought it would like, because it's dry to touch after like an hour. But apparently it doesn't dry properly for like 24 hours. Or maybe up to 48. And they said like, so if I just like put some paper on top of it for straight after, the paper would have probably just soaked in onto it anyway, so. Unfortunately, I was just a bit silly. It makes a lot of sense. I was being silly thinking I could do it so quickly in just a single day. I'm thinking that I want to do the I need to figure out how to paint the mastodons on stream. And then once I figured that out, we can get on to try to do the title on stream. For Warhound. Touch dry is not fully cured. No, yep. I didn't realise that. I was very, very silly. I felt very embarrassed afterwards. Because I should have known that. I should have thought about it, but I didn't. Actually, I even did. I did think about it a little, but I was like, no, 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 no. I was too hopeful. I coped too hard, and I paid the price. I'll be fine. She was not, in fact, fine. Okay, what is this? This is piece 18. So I want piece 19. I shorten the drying times on paints by thinning them with vodka. I can't exactly do that with sprays though. Like it's where are they? It's these types of sprays. Have you tried liquid mash? I use that a lot when airbrushing. What's liquid mash? I don't have an actual airbrush. How much does vodka cost for that to be viable? Vodka can be very cheap depending on what brand you buy and where you buy it. I would have bought regular thinner before realising the self-leveling kind is better. So I'm going to have to be extra careful and perhaps extra thin. Oh, what's the self-leveling kind? Touch dry in a few minutes. When you paint them with a brush, touch dry can occur in a few seconds. Yeah. The spray can painting is fine. 31, 30, 37, okay. I'm like, that usually that's like touch dry after like 15 minutes, the spray can one. Or at least touch enough that you can pick it up and move it. Self-lessing has slower mixed in. Oh. Oh, so the Terminators be all black. They're going to be Black Templars, and they're going to have different colour schemes to some extent because the different Terminators are in different detachments, and the detachments each have their own shoulder pad colour. So these are going to be in the 13th detachment, and they're the Fendril veterans, and they have golden shoulder pads and like extra gold on them. There's going to be the ones that are in the Relic Terminators, the Cataphracti. They're in the Relic Detachment, which I think is the 2nd detachment, and they use yellow shoulder pads to represent the Imperial Fists. You then have the what's the next detachment that I was going to go for? You got the Fendril veterans. Oh yeah, you then got the ones, I think it's red. The ones who are in the Rapid Deployment Force. The Rapid Response Force, sorry. And the... then you got the ones of the Siege Force. And I can't remember what colour they are. I think they're purple. They might be purple. No, that's a mobile battle force. I'm gonna have to look now. New recruit. New recruit. So Rapid Response Force are going to have, what colour is that shoulder pad? They're red, yeah, they are red. Because they're fast. And red goes fast. The Siege Force Terminators are going to be, oh no, they're gold. They're gold. The Fendril Veterans, what colour are they then? Also gold. Oh, okay. I'm going to need to change the colour of one of those shoulder pads. Maybe cyan. The primary battle line is blue. Yeah, the ones in the primary battle line will have blue shoulder pads. My paint kit has a 100ml bottle of vodka in it. It actually shortens the drying time. We've done A/B test. Taking shots of vodka while painting and see if I die of alcohol poisoning or paint ingestion first. No! Don't chug it! The idea is it makes the paint take longer to dry so it levels out via gravity. Oh! Okay, that makes sense. The Space Wolves pronounce RRF as rough. What's RRF? Okay, just one more thing. There. I might do the Fendril Veterans as silver. Or just white. With a shoulder pad. Oh, I could do black shoulder pads for them. Oh, that would be cool. Okay, I just got the Stormbolt to Svenvicate. Well, Stormbolt to Sven the loincloths. Svenvicates. Sven the shoulder pads. Okay. Having the homing beacon. No. So much still left to do on these guys. Rapid response force. Oh. Yeah, for rapid, all my detachment names are just ones I made up myself for my own little army. So I don't think that they'd have that type. They've got 13 detachments. My guys technically have 14, if we include the Air Force one, where we've got the Thunderhawks. I've also got to build that blooming Thunderhawk. You know what? Let's give this arm to him. That would be better. Or to him. To him. Yeah, he would like this. Did you see that a great weapons manufacturer has made an IOL 25mm grenade rifle? Yeah, they've been around for ages. China has some. Well, maybe not 25mm. No, actually, no, yeah, the grenade machine gun's been around for ages, automatic grenade launcher. China has one that they equip on their equivalent of Hummers. America has one. I think the German manufacturer Imtel produces one, whatever it's called. You've got the Russian one, which absolutely sucks. Don't use that one. You've then got the grenade autocannon. Basically just explosive round autocannon. The difficult part sometimes of Terminators is giving them dynamic posing. The kit's not too bad for it. China's a bolt-action grenade sniper rifle. US Corps has an MK19 40mm, but production semi-auto. It's a first. Oh, okay. It's not technically a bolt gun though, because a bolt gun is a rocket-propelled one. It's not just a grenade launcher, it's propelled by a rocket propellant. Basically just a mini RPG. There we go. So more like an oversized gyro jet. I have to rejuggle my meds now. The new ones causes a lot of hunger, like a lot. Oh, I get that. Hi, Blair Boris. My meds. I got this antidepressant one, and sometimes.
I have returned.
Hi, French Puff. You've returned back. Extremely highly tempered steel and vulcanized amethyst. Of course, we need a loincloth. Because it helps them look cool. And they need a cloak because, you know, it helps them keep warm and look cool. You know, being a Black Templar is 99% rhetoric. No, 99% looking cool, 0.9% rhetoric, and 1% actually doing your job as a Space Marine. That looks okay, I guess. Gyrojet gets an additional propellant charge to cause it to shoot out before the rocket mortar starts. Yeah. So I'm just dropping pieces. And then going a bit like Goofy. There we go. Oh, my throat hurts. Oh yeah, my antidepressant meds, they're like... Sometimes it causes me to go really hungry. Other times I'm like... just going ages without food. It's really weird. Like, can cause loss of appetite, can cause excessive appetite. Often both at the same time. There you go. I am exhausted though. Gonna have a nice bath after this. He's over there! Get him! Get him! Poke! Poke, 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 poke. Do 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 no. Do do no 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 no. No 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 no. Friends, the worst show ever made. No. Scrubs. Scrubs is getting a revival series. Can you believe it? Has anyone actually watched Scrubs on this channel? My brother is poking me. I poke him back. Don't make me turn this drop pod around. It's a drop pod. It only goes one direction. You want to test me? Now get back in your seats and stop poking one another. You want to go and burn heretics? You want to go and burn heretics? Yes. Well, stop messing about. I will go and burn heretics. Can we stop at carp starchios? Carp starch. It's like only if you're good. Oh my gosh, it'd be hilarious if they have like a planet labeled an agri world labeled Donald or something in the Mac sector. I used to watch Scrubs and it was airing. I liked it, but I missed too many episodes to continue on. Oh, it's on Disney Plus. Scrubs was like one of my favorite TV shows. There we go. I like how when Disney Plus came out, a lot of people had a realization of just how much Disney actually owned. I'm like, yeah, I realized that when I recognized the Disney logo, but it wasn't actually a Disney show. Like, it didn't even say Disney, it just said like Bonafesta Studios, but it had basically the same, you know, Cinderella Castle thing going. Was it Bonafesta Studios? Something like that. I was on a few shows and I googled it. I'm like, oh, it's a subsidiary of Disney. Disney owns a lot of stuff, doesn't it? It's a mega corpo. You don't know anyone in chat? Where did they get here? Thor's been around longer than you, French Puff. I don't know if he was here earlier. I don't know if he's still here. He might have left. He might have left in the economic crisis conversation. Ah! Don't forget to like the stream if you've not liked it already. So I'm getting this model. I'm trying to get it attached. It's loincloth, but it doesn't want to attach. There we go. Just hold him upside down. There we go. Okay, now it's the cloaks we want to do. Did you say, yeah, Thor? Corey's gone after being at the crisis because we had to sell them for food. No! Okay, we don't want all of the same one here. We got 3 of that one. That's the exact same one again. That's the exact same one again. On a different design. Don't stop giving me the same design. There we go. That's a different design. Oh no, it's the exact same as that design. Okay, no, it's the same. I'm pretty regular, I guess. I have no life. Innocent of Misery is a regular. Now, whatever. We watch more VTubers. Of course, we're not normal. You know, watching VTubers is becoming the new norm. There you go. I've not actually been watching much VTuber stuff. Maybe that's where I've been going wrong. I need to get back to watching more. Been mostly just watching old videos of a spiffing Brit recently. Makes me sad that I can't find Emperor's Right Ball. Emperor's Right Ball was here just earlier. And Anthony. Anthony is car mad forever. Horrors for Wanderer. Hi, how you doing? No spikes. But no spikes of the not Chaos Terminators. We don't have spikes, we got Purity Seals and Capes. Oh yeah, for years, that's true. That is true. I would never lie to you. I only tell the truth. I only say it the way it is. Get these shoulder pads on. Do. We get a shoulder pads on. No. Shoulder pads. Shoulder pads. Then we just get the other shoulder pad on, and then we got the Purity Seals, and then we're finished. That's 10 Terminators. I like how the Assault Terminators we can easily do in under 3 hours. And even goof around. These ones! But they take a lot longer. They even have less Purity Seals and stuff to put on them. Okay, there we go. That weird heretic is looking in the window again. Well, just destroy the weird heretic. Just give him a good old doom-ba-doom-ba-doom. Burn, burn, burn. Horus. 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 The Tyranids after the devastation of Baal. It would actually be hilarious if a hive mind got corrupted by something like one of the hive fleets. So maybe not the hive mind itself, but it effectively created a new hive mind of this fleet. Oh yeah, we got the little shields to add on to them. You heard, Harvest. Fist fighting for Tesco's parking lot. It's fighting for Tesco's parking lot, eh? Oh, okay, I think that should be the last of the super glue needing. There's the lid. Everyone loves Tesco's. They sell your shoes. You take them off for a second to try some other son, and they've already sold shoes to someone else. Oh no. Sometimes Cupcon's inner arc appears. What do you mean inner arc? I got no inner arc. I got an inner gobbo. And it tells me to stab stuff. Stabby, 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 stabby. And make big old mechs. Never mind, she's British. I am British. Daka, 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 daka. We need to shoot the enemies of the Imperium. We need to shoot the enemies, it's true. We gotta crush them, gotta beat them, gotta slay them today. Okay, so that's 4. Do we have a fifth? Do we have a... No, we don't have a fifth, apparently. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, there should be a fifth. Give me one. Genius work. Darn it, why did Fofos away? I've not got for purity seals off them yet. I've not got the homing beacon off them yet. Okay, that one won't fit here. It will fit here though. Reed Richards, the smartest man alive. He can do a whisper from his mouth. What? We can deal with wonder easily. We'll just fight from one at a time. Oh my gosh. Do you know, of all the films and stuff so far out of Marvel, I think the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness is probably my least favourite one. That being said, I've not watched Devil, the Daredevil thing, and I've not watched Echo. I think there might be something else I've not watched. Denison, I think it's more her inner heretic. You've seen her flirt with the ruinous powers in Total War. Warhammer! What do you mean ruinous powers? No, 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 no. I got a Night Lord army as well. She wears the colour. I don't wear the colours of Nurgle. Nurgle wears my colours because he thinks I'm cool. But that's just the way it is. Nurgle just jelly of how good I am. Trying to steal my fans, he is. Definitely. There we go. Eldar and Tyranids. Tyranids are bad. Oops. There we go. Daredevil is decent if you want to try a non-superhero series set to the MCU. I thought Daredevil was a superhuman. Like, he's got loads of weird super senses and he's super strong and super fast. Like, a dude's out there dodging bullets. Daredevil Born Again, that's it. I watched Miss Marvel. That one was disappointing. I went into that excited. And, you know, first episode, really strong. And then it just... It was hellish after that. Like, they tried pushing 2 seasons into 1 season and it just did not work. And why did they have to have end of the world stakes again? They're just throwing end of the world stakes into everything. It's like... You don't need end of the world stakes. Oh, Wonder Man. Sorry, I missed that one. Ah, I didn't read that properly. Wonder Man. Wonder Man. I've never heard of Wonder Man. What is Wonder Man? Is it like Wonder Woman? What was another one series? WandaVision was okay. Its ending was a bit meh, and honestly, anything that came good from it was kind of ruined by Multiverse of Madness, and that's what makes Multiverse of Madness so bad. The Marvel's film was okay. It was extremely middling. It doesn't help that with a lot of the new Marvel stuff, I'm honestly forgetting who's who sometimes, like especially some of the characters. So I'm not getting like the big emotional things that you really expect it from it. Like, oh yeah, it's like sometimes after watching it, I'm like, who was this person again? And then I'm having to look in a different project. I'm like, oh yeah, that's who it was. That's who this person was. We saw them once in one of these other films. Marvel has just it's gotten too... There's just too much going on in Marvel. It's hard to keep up with. It's draining. Superhero fatigue. It's more like Marvel fatigue. Just too much. There we go. But 10 Terminators. There's the Sergeant. You know, this one's a Sergeant because he has 2 cool shoulder pads and not just 1. We got our 2 rocket dudes. Oh, I like having mostly them just outfitted with normal power fists because I don't like the loss of accuracy that the chain fists give. Well, the chain fist is pretty nice in case you do have a vehicle or something you need to pop open. So that goes there. Then the rest of these are just normal Terminators. I say normal, technically sword buffing Terminators, so that's why I'm giving them the capes. But they feel a lot more Black Templar-y now. I like this. Very decorated. The loincloths help them feel I mean, especially because you got like all these extra chains and stuff on them. And relics and purity seals hanging off the things. So it's very nice. Oh yeah, and then for all important homing beacons. Oh yeah. Wonder what suffers from this since all the characters are side characters from other series and movies. It's a shame because I was honestly a bit disappointed. I mostly watched Thunderbolts after everyone was raving about it, so I went in there maybe a bit more hyped than I should be, and I was kind of disappointed. Vice versa, I went into the Captain America Brave New World, you know, expecting it to be kind of bad, and was pleasantly surprised. And I went into... The main thing about Thunderbolts is blooming. I was excited for what's-her-face. What's she called? Taskmaster. I was excited for Taskmaster. And that was... Oh, I can't forgive Thunderbolts. That ruined the entire film. I bet we didn't actually spend that much time for one character I was super interested in anyway, and that's Ghost. Like, she was just kind of there for it. Actually, I think that's my main issue with it. A lot of the characters were just kind of fair. You could actually cut them out, and I don't think the film would have lost much in terms of plot. And you could have actually had more time to actually expand, you know, for likes of Sentry / Bob into how cool they were. I'd rather see us on loincloths funny because I imagine them getting caught to the servos. I imagine it won't matter much. It'll just cause them to be torn. I wanted to get redeemed of Taskmaster since she was wasted in the last film. Yeah, I know some people didn't like the Taskmaster because, you know, female Taskmaster. And they were mute. That's the main thing. You got a character famous for one-liners. Let's do the entire thing of making them a mute. You got an entire character famous for controlling people and, you know, controlling the entire situation. Let's make them mind control. It's the same with the Deadpool. You know, Deadpool in that Wolverine film? You got this character famous for, you know, their snarky comments for one-liner. Basically being entirely in control of the situation. Let's decide to put them in a film, make them a mind-controlled mute. It's like, yeah, but take everything that everyone loves about them. Waste it. Yeah. I did struggle caring for Sentry and Bob, and there was a bit too much, you know, thing on him. It's like, why do they care so much about him, to be quite frank? Like, these are relatively bloodthirsty people. Maybe not even bloodthirsty, but multiple times throughout the show, the film, and in their own stuff. But one exception is probably the Agent Shield, whatever his name is. But they're shown to be like these very... They don't really care about others very much, and they struggle caring for others. It became very weird of how come they liked this person so much. And the one exception to that is maybe the Agent, who his character felt a bit different from what he was like in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. She got X-Men Origins Deadpool. I was waiting for her to start dropping snarky one-liners. Yeah. It was not fun in that. That's the other thing. Thunderbolts for me, I felt like it wasn't a bad film. But honestly, it reminded me a lot of like the original Avengers and like the old Marvel films, in which there's a lot of potential in them, but it's kind of wasted to some extent. Like Age of Ultron-y stuff. Because, I mean, as much as people hark on about how good the old Marvel was, it pretty much peaked with Infinity War and stuff, and with the first Iron Man film. Everything outside of them was kind of eh. Like, even Civil War, which often gets lauded today, I mean, it was a very messy film that had a lot of nonsensical stuff within it, and a character, like a villain character, that felt completely unnecessary and kind of wasted. So it's like, oh, yeah. By comparison, Brave New World, I didn't have a lot of stuff where I was watching it and I felt like, yeah, I don't really like this, or wish they did this or that. It was just kind of felt a bit underwhelming of the fact that it delivered a film. I didn't have many complaints about it, but I didn't have many things that I was like super excited about. Thunderbolts did that. I had a lot more good moments in the film. They've had a lot more of an emotional core. But it's also kind of just let... If you never watched the Black Widow film, I don't think Thunderbolts would have been as good. And a lot of people didn't watch the Black Widow film because it got so poorly received. And if you didn't watch Ant-Man 2, then one of the characters was just kind of there and you have no idea who they really are, and they don't really expand on that. And if you didn't watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which a lot of people didn't because it got really badly slated and it was very difficult to get through because... I mean, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I don't think it's as bad as people say. I liked a lot of it. It's just the entire Flag Smasher storyline was just completely messed up. And I can't actually blame them too much of that because there was a lot of production issues with, you know, COVID. So, yeah. But yeah, the entire Flag Smasher, I think just the ending of it was kind of meh. But a lot of people didn't watch it because of all that stuff, so while Mr. Not Captain America was kind of good in the film and did get expanded on more, I can imagine people not really caring that much about the expansion on him because they didn't really care about his character before going in. Although that is the one thing people did laud about the film, so maybe not. You then have the Miss Marvel film. Not the Marvels film, and that one was a very big mess. It had a lot of just weird choices in it. I had a lot of things I complained about in it, but I didn't think it was terrible. I think there were a lot of cool moments. There was just at least a couple of characters in that who I kept forgetting who they were. Well, I didn't keep forgetting. It took me a while to remember who they were. I'm like, oh, it's this person. I'm like, yeah, that matters. I think that's something they've not really done a lot of. They need to do more in the films of establishing characters. Like, I think that's the first Avengers film and the Avengers Age of Ultron. I think that's something they did very well of establishing characters and relationships really, really well early on. Like you had the way in the first Avengers film, each of the characters came in one by one. You didn't need to watch the films before them to understand the characters, who they are, why they're doing what they're doing. And the same goes with the Age of Ultron, like the entire them fighting together. It's this establishing thing of establishing the characters, their motives, and their relationships with one another. And a lot of the modern Marvel stuff, I don't think does that too well. I think that's where Thunderbolts did do a bit better. Watching Shang-Chi, people keep forgetting existed despite... Yeah, Shang-Chi was good. That's not one I forget. I do forget the characters. Like, I remember two characters in it. Trevor Slattery and the main character himself. The rest of them, I can't really remember, like, off the top of my head. And the ones I can, I'm not sure if they survived or died. So if they appeared again, I'll be like, yeah, I kind of recognize that person. What film from again? Oh, like you had, what's her name? She was in WandaVision, and I think she was in the Marvels, and she was in the Captain Marvel film. And I completely forgot who she was in all of them. In the WandaVision, I didn't realise that she was the same person for Captain Marvel film. You know, the kid. That just never connected in my head at all. Partly because I just didn't really think about that character. She was such just a minor thing within the film. And, you know, aging up and all of that stuff. I kind of forget that Captain Marvel was set so long before the rest of the films. Except then, I kind of forgot that she was in the WandaVision episode. And like, so it's like, who is this person? Why do I care about her again? We were like Thunderbolts fumbled a little bit because most of the characters appeared in the bunker simultaneously. This is actually because the original script has a whole movie take place in there. Wait, it did? And I didn't mind too much, you know, from all appearing in the bunker. It did. I do think some of the relationships, like I think the not Captain America, Mr. Agent, he and the main character, I feel like their, you know, back and forth was quite good in the film. The rest of the characters and the interactions with one another felt a bit either non-existent or a bit forced, I felt. Oh, actually, no, what's his name? The father, Red something or other. He was good. He was good in the film. But yeah, I struggled caring for Bob, to be honest, and struggled understanding why the characters cared. I could understand a bit the main character because it's not that she cared for Bob, it's that she kind of empathized with him. Like, the trauma and stuff, but he just felt like an angsty teenager who was too old to be a teenager. And that's why I feel like it was mostly fumbled. I feel like they needed to do more to focus on, like, why do I care for Bob here? Also, Ghost felt under... Yeah, she was just there for the entire film. I kind of... like, sometimes I forget she was in the film. She was supposed to have a lot of back and forth with Taskmaster. She was. Oh. Yeah, I kind of really dislike that they got rid of... I hope that they bring back Taskmaster. But, like, maybe someone else takes up the mantle of Taskmaster. That would be cool. Or somehow Taskmaster survived. Somehow Palpatine survived. I mean, at this point, no one's dead in Marvel except Black Widow, apparently. So, I mean... we can do something. But yeah, there's a... It's very difficult. They need a lot more. And that's one of the issues of Eternals. I felt like Eternals could have been a very good TV series. I felt like it could have been a very good film if we just had... if you just put the entire focus on like 2 characters and the others are just fair and we don't really care if they die too much. But instead they tried making you care for characters, and for just so many it's difficult to keep track of who is who. It's like, who's who? If this person's dead, okay, do I care? It's like, oh. Bob is an overgrown angsty teenager because he's at a lab for most of his life, apparently. Yeah. Wait, was he in a lab for most of his life? I thought he was in a lab only in his later life. Like, because he had that entire scene where he was, like, being, you know, seeing, like, how his parents were with one another. And he was, like, in the attic above them. And then he later joined the lab as an experiment. But by that time, he was, like, already a young adult. And he was an addict. He was a young adult. He was an addict. He had no money. He had debts. And then he saw this program, people paying to do stuff. And he thought he might as well just join it. And that's why they used the super soldier serum on him. And they thought he died, so we're going to incinerate him, but he actually survived. So he wasn't in a lab most of his life. He just had a messed up childhood as far as I'm aware. But I think if Bob was the main character and we got to see... I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to do a character like Bob very well when you got so many other characters that you're trying to develop at the same time. Like you got... I can't say her name. Yevena or something like that. You got Black Widow's sister. And her father. You're trying to establish her character after the Black Widow film. You're trying to establish a relationship with her father and how they're trying to repair it all. You've then got, you're trying to establish Mr. Agent Man and how he's been doing since Falcon and the Winter Soldier. You're trying to establish a relationships with one another. And then you've also got the crazy woman, the woman in charge, the new Nick Fury. And you're trying to establish her and her drives and why she's doing all of these things. And you've got the experiments themselves. And at the same time, you've got this angsty teenager kind of person who can be a really fun character. I mean, Raven did it very well in Teen Titans. But that being said, she did kind of have a multi-personality disorder, but it's it's very difficult. Apparently he was a junkie back as a teenager, became homeless and snatched away for experiments, and he's also frozen asleep since the project is shelved. Yeah. It's I got the idea that he was a young adult when that happened, but maybe he was a teenager. I mean, he didn't look like a teenager, and that's, I guess, one of the big things. If he was actually a kid, like if they got a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old to play him, and suddenly the entire reason that like these people are getting very protective over him is because he actually is just a kid who needs help. I could have easily gotten it that way without changing anything else of the character. But considering he looks like he's in his late 20s or early 30s or something, and he's... At least that's what I felt like he was. Yelena. Yelena, that's her. Also appeared in the Hawkeye show and became somewhat friends with the new... Did she? Oh, she did! I forgot that! Oh, she was in it. Aren't they making a Hawkeye season? Have they made it yet? Is it already out? Oh, I did like the new character. Oh, what's it? What's it? If you've not watched Ironheart, I really liked Ironheart. It does have its issues, especially like the first episode. She's a bit too snarky and whatever. But other than that, I really like it. This overconfident, cocky teenager who, yeah, she has reasons to be, but at the same time, she's just constantly just... Oh, it is fun. It's like, what if Tony Stark was a kid and he wasn't rich? It's a very fun show. I think that was honestly one of the best things they've done in a while. Loki was a very good show. Hawkeye, I didn't mind. It felt a bit rushed though. But that's back when they were trying to rush so much stuff out at the same time. It's doing off for Disney Plus. So yeah. Oh gosh. Thunderbolts was a good film. It was definitely one of the stronger Marvel entries at the moment. I think it's because it was a good film and it had a lot of potential and stuff within it. But I do have so many complaints about it. Because it's like, it's good, but it could have been much better. There's definitely a bunch of fumbling there. Brave New World, on the other hand, it's like, that's a decent watch. There's some stuff like could have definitely been a Hulk film and not a Captain America film. But honestly, I don't think either way it would have been a better film for having Bruce Banner there instead of Captain America. It was just a film. Loki season 1 was alright, but season 2 was something else. As in, like, season 2 was amazing and 1 was good. I've heard it, like, some people say season 1 was amazing, but season 2 was alright. The main issue with a Loki film, the Loki show, is the entire... Everything it was building up has pretty much just been shelved forever. With Kang the Conqueror. It's like, yeah. The last time we've seen anything about it is in the... Oh, Deadpool versus Wolverine? I did not like that film. I'm not a Deadpool fan, though. I really don't like the Deadpool films. I do like Deadpool when he's appeared like in the Spider-Man cartoons and stuff. But as his own R-rated films and stuff, I kind of just find it very meh. Also, it didn't help that I've not watched a lot of the stuff that they're actually referenced throughout the film. I've not watched the original Blade. I've not watched Elektra. I've not even watched... I know I want to watch Logan, but I've not watched Logan. Because Hugh Jackman wasn't... Wait, was Hugh Jackman in it? He wasn't, was he? I like Deadpool and Wolverine, but it's overrated, yeah. A lot of it was lost on me because I've just not watched that stuff. And there's so much action stuff in it, and it was like... There was... I'm also did struggle having a bit of, you know... Does this matter sort of thing to it, because it's an R-rated film and I don't really expect an R-rated film to have an impact on the rest of the MCU, especially since the original Deadpools weren't part of the MCU. So maybe it will have an impact of a greater stuff, but I don't really expect nor want it to, because ultimately Marvel should be something children can watch. I say it should be, but I mean, it's superheroes. Kids love superheroes, even though a lot of superhero comics now are like not for kids at all. A lot of superhero shows are like not very kid friendly either, so maybe not. Like Thunderbolts didn't feel like a show I'd want to watch. Maybe it would be. As an angsty teen, I would love Thunderbolts. Oh. But yeah. Oh my god, it's 8:30. I've been going on way too long. I've got to have a bath and stuff, and I've got to put these things away and sort stuff out. So, thank you for coming to the stream today. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder. Eat good food. Sleep well. Dream of cupcakes, but don't eat cupcakes. Take care of yourself, be kind to others, and vice versa. And also, we got another stream tomorrow. We're making 10 of these dudes. Actually, Deadpool appears in non-R-rated media, and he's just censored with beeps. He is. I did watch some of one of the Spider-Man cartoons. I don't know which one it was. This was ages ago. And Deadpool appeared in that one quite like relatively often, it felt like. And he was a really fun character within it. And I kind of like that sort of, you know, held back for kids thing with Deadpool. And his snarky back and forth with stuff. You go and eat those cupcakes. No, don't eat the cupcakes. The friend's not food. Well, goodbye, everyone. Big love heart to you all. Love you all. Wee.